The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsikat, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
the Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hiram, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Wico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidor, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed to the reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed in reading the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills on first reading, as well bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 7411, providing a Magna Carta for esports gamers by Representative Suwan.
On youth and sports development.
House Bill 7415, declaring March 6 of every year as Buddhaho Day in commemoration of the Bangsamoro people's resistance to foreign occupation, their continuing quest for peace and self-determination, by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
House Bill 7416, mandating the inclusion of a subject on road safety education in the K-12 program by Representative Tanwatco.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 7417 and 7418, establishing fish ports in certain municipalities of Aklan by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 7419, strengthening the Citizen Armed Forces Geographical Unit Active Auxiliaries of the AFP by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
Resolutions. House Resolution 812, directing the House Committee on Appropriations to conduct an inquiry on the utilization of funds for the implementation of the devolution of health services to the LGUs by Representative Villago.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 813, congratulating and commending the young Filipino winners in the International Mozart Competition Vienna last February 25, 2023 by Representative Coles.
To the Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Resolution 814, organizing the Philippines-Turkey Parliamentarians Friendship Group by Representatives Labad-Labad and Arenas.
To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy.
House Resolution 815, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of Governor Roel R. Digamo by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 816, directing the House Committee on Transportation to investigate the implementation of the PUV Modernization Program by Representatives Manuel, Castro France, and Rosas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 817, urging the appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry on the allegedly unreasonable and exorbitant fees being charged against customs brokerage firms, freight forwarders, and logistic firms on cargoes arriving in the Port of Manila by Representative Chua.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 818, directing the House Committee on Transportation and other appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on the recent alleged stealing of security screening officers of the Office for Transportation Security from tourists and other illegal activities by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 819, directing the Committee on Human Rights to conduct an investigation on the increasing number of peasant women political prisoners and demand the dismissal of all trumped-up charges filed against them by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letters and emails from certain local chief executives and government officials transmitting to the House copies of their letters and emails dated October 17, 2022, January 10, 15, 19, 25, 26, 2023 of various LGUs on their reports on fund utilization and status of program project activity implementation relative to the Local Government Support Fund and Bayanihan Grant to city, municipalities, and provinces for certain months 2022.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports. Committee report number 393 submitted by the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 7424. Committee report number 394 submitted by the Committee on Energy on House Bill 7426. Committee report number 395 submitted by the Committee on Public Works and Highways on House Resolution 448. Committee report number 396 submitted by the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries on House Bill 7446. Committee report number 397 submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill 7447. Committee report number 398 submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 7479.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer approval of the previous journal.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of the journal of the previous session.
is there any objection? Chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the visitors of Representative Felimon Espares of Co-op NATCO Party List and Representative Ando Waminal 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. From Tangob City, Misamis Occidental, we have our former HREP member of the 17th and 18th Congress of the Co-op NATCO Party List, now Mayor Sabiniano S. Canama. We also have Councilor Antonio Cailan, Councilor Marisa Amimio, Councilor Francisco Chiong, Councilor Rose Buenafe, Councilor Hipolito Rojas, Councilor Rubin Roma, Councilor Leonido Tala, Councilor Romulo Del Socorro, Councilor Alexander Retuerto, Ruby Bakaling, their city administrator, and Mr. Darrell Romo. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the guests of the Honorable Representative Felimon Espares from Co-op NATCO Party List and Representative Sancho Fernando Waminal from the 2nd District of Misamis Occidental. We welcome our former colleague, now Mayor Sabiniano Canama from Tangob City, Misamis Occidental, with the City Councilors, Antonio Cailan, Marisa Amamio, Francisco Chiong, Jose Buenafe, Hipolito Rojas, Ruben Roma, Leonida Tala, Romulo Del Socorro, Alexander Rituerto, City Administrator Ruby Bakaling, and Mr. Darrell Romo. Mayong pag-abot din sa Ubos, Balay, Balauranan. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guest of the Congressman of the Province of Isabela, Ms. Joanna May T. Danao Manaligod, Faculty of Isabela State University, Ms. Jessica C. Managuelod, Faculty of Isabela State University, and fourth-year Bachelor of Public Administration students of the Isabela State University at Chagas Campus.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Representative Faustino Ino D. from the 6th District of Isabela, the Faculty of Isabela State University, Joanna May Danao Manaligod, Jessica Managuelod, also from the Faculty of Isabela State University, and the fourth-year Bachelor of Public Administration students of the Isabela State University, Etchage Campus. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guest of the Honorable Bernadette Det G. Escudero of the 1st District of Sorsogon. With us today are officials from the Department of Education in Sorsogon City. We have Buena Vista Elementary School Principal and 2022 Dangal ng Bayan Award recipient Rowan Celestra, Sorsogon City Schools Division Superintendent William Gando, Ms. Elvie Figueroa, Ms. Shirley Legaspi, Ms. Girly Bolaños, Mr. Joshua Domingiano, and Mr. Erwin Heniebre.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Bernadette Escudero from the 1st District of Sorsogon. Thank you. Buena Vista Elementary School Principal and 2022 Dangal ng Bayan Award recipient Rowan Celestra, Sorsogon City Schools Division Superintendent William Gando, Ms. Elvie Figueroa, Ms. Shirley Legaspi, Ms. Girly Bolaños, Ms. Joshua Domingiano, and Mr. Erwin G. Niebre. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7352, as contained in Committee Report number 350, submitted by the Committee on Constitutional Amendments. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 7352.
House Bill 7352, an act implementing resolution of both Houses number 6 of the Congress of the Philippines, calling for a constitutional convention to propose amendments to or revision of the 1987 Constitution, appropriating funds therefor and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, be recognized.
The Chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, the representative from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, is recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our distinguished colleagues who are here, our valued guests who have just been recognized, and part now of the journal of today's session, the Committee on Constitutional Amendments is ready to accept all interventions from distinguished colleagues. And I ask now, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Honorable Senior Vice Chairperson
Mr. Speaker.
of the committee, Lawrence Nonoy Defensor, to take the rostrum to be able to defend the bills.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we open the period of interpellation.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation. Is there any objection? The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman, the Honorable Gabriel Bordado, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Representative Gabriel Bordado is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that our sponsor here will be more than willing to answer some questions.
We are, Mr. Speaker.
Some questions regarding House Bill 7352. Mr. Speaker, Section 4 of the said House Bill states that the election of delegates to the convention shall be held on the last Monday of October 2023, simultaneously with the barangay and sanggunian kabataan elections. The Commission on Elections, or COMELEC, shall promulgate such rules and regulations as may be necessary for the conduct of such election, unquote. Now, Mr. Speaker, the task of amending the Constitution is a huge undertaking, and an election of the delegates of the Constitutional Convention requires thorough preparation. If the election of delegates will be held simultaneously with the barangay and sanggunian kabataan elections this October 2023, we only have 7 months. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, do we have enough time to prepare the country for this additional responsibility and additional activity?
Mr. Speaker, we have time, and given that the Senate of the Philippines would also approve a similar resolution and accompanying measure, the COMELEC has assured us that for the conduct of the barangay and SK elections on the last Monday of October 2023, we can also hold the election of delegates for the proposed Constitutional Convention. In fact, they would not have attended the hearing of the Committee on Appropriations and proposed the additional budget if they are not ready to include the simultaneous holding of delegates with the barangay and SK elections.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are you sure that the Senate will approve this bill?
Mr. Speaker, we cannot say or speak on behalf of the Senate of the Philippines, but as part of our exercise of our constituent power and our legislative power in enacting this legislative measure, we can only assure that on the part of the House of Representatives, we have done our mandate and performed our constituent duty and power to propose amendments to the 1987 Constitution by proposing to have a constitutional convention election of delegates on October 2023.
So in other words, we cannot say with certainty that the other half of this chamber will be approving this particular bill.
That's correct,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, given the time frame of 7 months, do you think this is enough for the proper evaluation of the candidates for Constitutional Convention?
Mr. Speaker, 4 months, 7 months is more than enough for the delegates of the Constitutional Convention to deliberate, to propose, and to approve proposed amendments to the Constitution. Because if we look back at our history, the 1935 Constitution was deliberated upon for only 6 months and 8 days. The 1971 Constitutional Convention, 1 year, 5 months, and 28 days. And our present Constitution, the 1987 Constitution, was approved by appointed delegates of the President, and they were able to come up with one of the longest constitutions in the world in 4 months and 13 days. So surely, 7 months is more than enough time to propose and approve amendments to the 1987 Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, the barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections had been postponed 4 times since 2016. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, how can we be assured that the issues that led to the numerous delays would not happen again this October 2023, especially with the additional obligation of the election of delegates?
Mr. Speaker, we cannot foresee what unavoidable events will happen that may cause the delay of the elections. It is similar to what the framers of the 1987 Constitution had, that they were not able to foresee the changes in our society in the same way that we cannot foresee what will happen between now and October 2023.
Mr. Speaker?
Just to add, Mr. Speaker, in the exercise of our democratic process, it has always been left to the elective representatives of the Filipinos whether or not we delay or proceed with the barangay elections since 1992.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the primary reason cited as to why we postponed the barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections was to save and reallocate 8.4 billion pesos budget for more pressing economic issues and for additional COVID-19 response. But now, Mr. Speaker, we have bigger expenses looming because of more voters after an extended voters' registration and the projected additional cost for the election of CONCON delegates. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, could we afford to hold the election this October 23, given such expenses?
Mr. Speaker, holding a constitutional convention right now, simultaneous with the barangay and SK elections, would be the most cost-efficient way to do it. The COMELEC has said that they will be asking for an additional budget of 3.827 billion pesos to include the election of delegates in October 2023. Changing the economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution will have intergenerational effects to benefit our economy, not just in the amount of 3.827 billion. Opening up our economy by opening up the economic provisions of our Constitution would not only bring foreign investors to the country in the billions of pesos, but will have a long-lasting effect that will affect not only this generation, but the future generations. Those generations that were not able to realize the progress and development that we did not gain for the past 32 years by not opening up our economy to more foreign investments.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we have Section 8 of House Bill 7352, and I quote, "The term of office of a delegate shall be 7 months and 13 days, or from November 21, 2023, up to June 30, 2024. The office of the delegate shall be without compensation and shall not be compatible with any other public office in the government or any government-owned or controlled corporations or any of their subsidiaries, provided that every delegate shall be entitled to a per diem of 10,000 pesos for every day of actual attendance in the convention or in any of its committees. Provided further that every delegate shall be entitled to necessary traveling and lodging expenses to and from his place of residence when attending sessions of the convention or any of its committees," unquote. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the proposed start of the delegate's term of office will be on November 21, 2023. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Now, if we have a total of 314 delegates, is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
316 delegates.
Not 314.
Not 314. 316.
316.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, if we have a total of 316 delegates, are we prepared to accommodate all their needs for 7 months and 13 days, even if we only have a few months to prepare?
Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to accommodate the expenses, not only for the election of delegates, but we are also prepared to fund the expenses for the operation of the Constitutional Convention. In fact, the Department of Budget and Management also attended the deliberations of the Committee on Appropriations for the appropriations provision of this accompanying measure. They, together with the Committee on the Appropriations, proposed the language of the appropriations provision, which states that the amount necessary for the implementation of this act shall be charged against any available appropriations in the General Appropriations Act. Thereafter, the amount necessary for the operation of the Constitutional Convention and the subsequent plebiscite shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. Considering that the Committee of Appropriations of the House of Representatives, the COMELEC, as well as the Department of Budget and Management have confirmed that we will be able to fund this Constitutional Convention in the event that it will push through, then we will have the necessary funds, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, according to the proposed bill, each delegate would receive a per diem of 10,000 pesos for every actual day of attendance in the convention or in any of its committees. Each delegate is also entitled to necessary traveling and lodging expenses when attending sessions of the convention or any of its committees. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that this huge expense is a contradiction of all the budget cuts we impose this year, especially for programs that could have provided immediate aid to the Filipinos. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is the total amount for the honorarium and the additional expenses of the 316 delegates already included in the 9.5 billion budget mentioned before by Representative Rufus Rodriguez?
It is, Mr. Speaker. It's already included. There may be adjustments as we go on with regards to the expenses, with regards to their allowances. But surely, Mr. Speaker, a constitutional convention drafting the most important piece of law in our country and being a co-equal and coordinate body with the main departments insofar as its constituent power of drafting or proposing amendments to the Constitution is concerned. Certainly, the amount necessary, while considerable, will be worth it in terms of the intergenerational benefits that this country will have if we amend the economic provisions of our Constitution under Articles 12, 14, and 16.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, you have been mentioning something about economic provisions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In fact, the main reason for the proposed CONCON or Constitutional Convention is to amend the restrictive provision so that more foreign investment could flow into the country. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor.
We confirm, Mr. Speaker.
But admittedly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we cannot stop the Constitutional Convention from proposing any amendment to the Constitution, even those outside the scope of the economic provisions. Do you agree, Mr. Sponsor?
We agree, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot dictate or control the Constitutional Convention once it is convened. However, I wish to stress that it is significant to note that in our resolution calling for a Constitutional Convention, we specified that it is the thrust of the House of Representatives in the exercise of its constituent power that only the economic provisions of the 1987 Convention will be amended, because as early as last term, we passed a resolution of both Houses number 2 calling for a Constituent Assembly, which the Senate did not act upon and did not gain public trust. Now we are back in this discussion and we are opening the doors to a more democratic process by calling for a Constitutional Convention with the sole purpose on the part of the House of Representatives to amend only the economic provisions of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what specific checks and balances do we have to ensure that the integrity of the convention and its purposes will be upheld?
Mr. Speaker, the checks and balances and the manner of ensuring that the CONCON will follow its mandate is left to the Filipino people to vote the right delegates that will act accordingly in the Constitutional Convention, because under our jurisprudence, we cannot control the delegates of the Constitutional Convention except that its powers are limited by the Constitution itself because it derives its power from the Constitutional Convention. For example, it cannot propose amendments that would violate the Bill of Rights under Article 3. It cannot propose amendments that would violate international law that has been accepted as part of our laws under Article 2 of the Constitution and considered as jus cogens under our Constitution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, sir.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have here with us, before we move on to our next representative to give his interpellation, we have the guest of the Honorable Bernadette Escudero in the persons of Vice Mayor Augusto Ragrario, Councilor Ruben Conda, Councilor Roy Carrascal, and Councilor Misael Melia Jr., all from Magallanes, who are here with us today.
We recognize the guests of the Honorable Bernadette Escudero, Magallanes Vice Mayor Augusto Ragnario, Magallanes Councilor Ruben Conda, Councilor Roy Carrascal, and Councilor Misael Melia Jr. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel of the Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel from the Kabataan Party List is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor be willing to accept and respond to questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, nais nating ma-review kung ano ang rule para tumanggap ng mga delegado ang magiging constitutional convention. I'm referring to rules regarding affiliation to political parties.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Pwede po bang maging delegado ng constitutional convention ang mga kasapi ng alinmang political party?
Ang political party po nating isinasaad dito ay yaong nakarehistro sa COMELEC para maging isang partido na ipinagbabawal sa ilalim nitong panukala, Mr. Speaker.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kapag merong isang gustong maging delegado, dapat malinaw na hindi siya miyembro ng isang political party, tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Ano po ang dahilan bakit may ganong restriction, Mr. Speaker?
Ang gusto po nating mangyari ay ang ating mga delegado sa Constitutional Convention ay hindi kasapi at maiimpluwensyahan ng isang partido politikal. We want the Constitutional Convention and its delegates to be as independent as possible so that it will be free from any external force when proposing amendments to the 1987 Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, can our good sponsor give a brief description or paano po niya ma-describe yung kasalukuyang political party system natin?
Sari-sari po ang ating political party system. We have removed ourselves from the two-party system. And now, we are saddled with many parties every election, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po ba, do we have a strong political party system?
No, we don't, Mr. Speaker.
With that, Mr. Speaker, paano natin matitiyak na independent from political party influence ang mga delegado ng Constitutional Convention kung maaari pa rin sila discreetly na tumanggap ng for example, mga suggestion o instructions or even resources while they are participating in the Constitutional Convention?
Pagdating po sa individual na kapasidad, in the individual capacity of the delegate, Congress cannot foresee how it can control the delegate. Again, we throw back that question to the electorate who are there to democratically elect the delegates and choose the right delegates to the Constitutional Convention para hindi po may utang na loob ang mga delegado ng ating Constitutional Convention sa kahit anumang political party, kahit anumang opisyal ng gobyerno at kahit anumang politiko.
Pero Mr. Speaker, kapag may delegado na nahalal na para maging bahagi ng Constitutional Convention, di ba pwede pa rin naman siyang maimpluwensyahan, pwede pa rin siyang lapitan, pwede siyang kausapin ng kahit sinong political party para siya ay maging boses o takapagdala ng posisyon ng iba't ibang political party at mabitbit ang mga posisyon na yon sa loob ng Constitutional Convention, Mr. Speaker.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. In any assembly, whether it be a constitutional convention, the Senate, or the House of Representatives, lahat po tayo ay pwedeng lapitan, pwedeng impluensyahan, at nasa sa atin na po iyon kung magpapa-impluensya tayo sa mga maling ipinapasa sa atin ng mga taong may maling nais sa buhay. I am sure that even the Honorable Raul Manuel has his own advisors and his own affiliation who gives him advice on the right legislative acts and the right voting decisions when it comes to his legislative actions in this body. But I believe that his integrity has the best interests of the Filipino. Kaya po, hindi nawawala ang aking tiwala na kaya pa rin ng mga Pilipinong bumoto ng mga tamang delegado sa ating Constitutional Convention.
We thank our sponsor for that commendation to this representation. Pero Mr. Speaker, dahil nga rin hindi ganon katatag ang ating political party system sa bansa, we have to classify. Sa bahagi po natin tayo bilang kinatawan ng kabataan, tayo ay dumaan din sa isang national convention para mapili bilang first nominee ng ating party list. However, Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that that is the general case in our whole country. Lalo na po't hindi naman ganun ka-tibay pa yung ating mga pamantayan at mga alintuntunin pagdating sa political parties. Kaya naman po sa ngayon, based on this exchange, still hindi po tayo panatag na kahit nga through constitutional convention, ang paraan ng pagbabago ng konstitusyon, magiging mas demokratiko po ito. That leads me to my second point. Paano din natin matitiyak na yung appointed delegates sa constitutional convention ay mapipili na merong malinaw na mga criteria para masabing sila ay deserving at hindi sila napili dahil lamang sa kanilang mga koneksyon o mga networks.
When it comes to the appointed members of the Constitutional Convention, we have set certain parameters, including those parameters set under our Constitution, when it comes to officials elected or appointed serving the government, such that the Speaker and the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines will be guided in choosing appointed delegates who have probity, independence, nationalism, patriotism. They should be individuals of national standing, of knowledge and competence in the Constitution, and with a deep understanding of the state and principles which underlie its existence. They may be broad concepts, Mr. Speaker, but there is nothing in the proposed accompanying measure that prohibits us from recommending to the Speaker and the Senate President, who themselves could create a committee to select the appropriate appointees to the proposed Constitutional Convention.
Mr. Speaker, we do not agree doon sa nabanggit na walang balakid para makapili ng mga deserving na delegado sa Constitutional Convention. Lalo na po if we wanted to be as democratic as possible, kung ganun talaga yung intensyon. Pero nakita po natin na required yung college degree para dun sa mga elected delegates ng Constitutional Convention. Kapag pag-uusapan po natin yung konstitusyon, maliban of course sa mga termino o phrases na magiging bahagi ng talakayan, ang mahalaga din po, Mr. Speaker, ay yung esensya ng mga lalamanin ng ating konstitusyon. There will be debates about national sovereignty, debates about human rights, debates about social services, at kailangan po dyan, nandyan yung iba't ibang boses, at hindi kailangan na dapat magpataw tayo ng requirement for college degree sa sino mang magiging bahagi ng Constitutional Convention.
I have the same sentiments as the Honorable Manuel, Mr. Speaker. For this accompanying legislative measure, we elevated the qualifications of delegates from those delegates of the 1934 as well as the 1971 Constitution. We added that elected delegates, must have a college degree simply because formulating or crafting the Constitution is not as simple as a mere legislative action in Congress. You are formulating the basic framework of our country. At pagdating po sa mga sektoral na mga kinatawan, nauunawaan ko po at nakikita ko na tama si Honorable Raul Manuel, at we have a common understanding within the committee, including those of the chairman, lalo na po pagdating sa mga urban poor, indigenous cultural communities, pati po siguro sa youth sector kung hindi pa sila nakapagtapos, ay hindi sila papatawan ng requirement ng college degree bago sila ma-appoint bilang delegado sa Constitutional Convention.
Kasunod na tanong, Mr. Speaker, kung nais nating maging demokratiko ang buong proseso, bakit walang disqualification sa pwedeng maging mga delegado pero sila ay relatives ng incumbent political officers by affinity or consanguinity? Bakit maluwag pa rin tayo doon sa pwedeng maging bahagi ng political dynasties para maging delegado doon sa Constitutional Convention, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, that issue has been raised at the committee level, and I was one of those who voted in favor of restricting the CONCON to the parameters similar to that of an anti-dynasty bill. However, we also recognize that while there are members of political families who are simultaneously hold office, we cannot also deprive them of their constitutional right to participate in an elections if they are qualified to run as such. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it will be up again to the Filipino people who will elect their delegates if they will continue to choose and vote for members of political dynasties as members of the Constitutional Convention. Sana po magtulungan kami ni Honorable Raul Manuel na mapaunawa at mulatin ang ating mga kababayan na ang pagboto para sa delegado sa pinakaimportanteng batas ng ating bansa dapat bukas sa lahat at iboto nila ang pinakakwalipikado, huwag nila ibenta ang kanilang boto, huwag sila magpatakot sa mga politiko, and may they elect the best representatives to this Constitutional Convention.
Mr. Speaker, para sa atin, malaking bagay ang ganitong usapin. Lalo na kung sa pagtatalakay pa lang ng pagbabago sa konstitusyon, hindi na patas ang playing field. Paano pa, Mr. Speaker, yung magiging output nun? Yun nga yung isa sa mga malaking pagkukulang natin bilang isang pamahalaan. Na sa 1987 Constitution, sinasabi doon na dapat nga ay strict tayo sa mga political dynasties at in effect, nire-require tayo na magpasa ng isang enabling law patungkol doon. Pero hindi natin yun na-aksyonan at ngayon, na pag-usapan natin ay isang bagong konstitusyon, still patuloy itong pinuput aside natin, Mr. Speaker. Kaya naman doon tayo nangangambay na merong claim na magiging democratic itong Constitutional Convention, nandyan pa yung 20% ng seats para sa mga marginalized sectors, pero sa hulit-huli, kung ganun lang din pala yung magiging mga pamantayan natin, kung sino yung pwede maging membro, doon po tayo nagdududa if this will truly be democratic. And final point, Mr. Speaker, ano yung batayan, paano po na-compute ang 10,000 pesos per day na allowance ng mga delegado ng Constitutional Convention?
Mr. Speaker, on the first point of the gentleman, on the democratic process of electing and convening a Constitutional Convention, we have many precedents in our history, and some of them may have been imperfect, but we have accepted them nonetheless. The 1935 Constitutional Convention was elected. The 1971 Constitution was previously numbered at only around 220 based on resolution of both houses number 2 of 1967, which was amended by resolution of both houses number 4 in 1969 to increase the delegates to 300 plus. We must remember, Mr. Speaker, that for the 1935 and 1971 constitutional conventions, they were elected, but it is significant to note that the 1986 Constitutional Commission, all 40 plus members were appointed by the President sitting at that time. They crafted one of the most beautiful but most loquacious constitutions in the world to preserve and protect our democracy. And yet, no one questioned the appointment of President Aquino. It was ratified by an overwhelming majority of the Filipino people, and still no one went to court to question its validity or its constitutionality. Thus, Mr. Speaker, we go back again to our electorate to elect the proper and right delegates for the proposed constitutional convention. For the second point of coming up with a per diem amount for the delegates, remember, Mr. Speaker, that a constitutional convention is a co-equal body similar to that of Congress, the executive department, as well as the judiciary. Minus the judiciary. We want to put at the same footing the members of the delegates in terms of giving them a per diem, parallel or similar to the compensation received by our legislators. It only goes to show that we not only respect a co-equal body, but we also respect a co-equal delegate member, similar to that of the House of Representatives. Furthermore, they will be making or framing or amending our Constitution, which is far more significant and of a higher significance than a mere legislative act that we pass every day here in the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, balik doon sa unang point, tungkol sa paano ba dapat yung composition ng isang constitutional convention. Binalikan yung karanasan natin noong 1987 Constitution. But then again, Mr. Speaker, ang bawat sitwasyon meron niyang konteksto. For example, noong 1987 Constitution, malinaw doon na kung magbabago ng konstitusyon, lalo na't galing tayo sa martial law nung panahon na yon, malinaw kung saan ba patungo yung pagdadraft ng bagong konstitusyon. That was to actually free the country from authoritarian rule at para kayanin ng bansa natin na magkaroon ng isang self-reliant economy. Pero sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker, lumitaw din naman sa mga naging debate tungkol sa resolution of both houses number 6 na hindi naman talaga para dun sa kaluwalhatian ng mamamayan yung mga nasasalang na changes sa Constitution. Nandyan yung posibilidad ng mga term extensions. Nandyan yung 100% foreign ownership ng iba't ibang sektor ng ating ekonomiya. Kaya naman, likely kung yun din yung mga maisasalang, mapag-uusapan at eventually ay lalamanin ng ating bagong constitution, kung magkakaroon tayo ng 2023 constitution, doon napupunta, Mr. Speaker, yung usapan na pwede pa nga magagamit pa yung composition ng Constitutional Convention to justify yung mga hindi kaaya-ayang lalamanin nun. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa usapin ng allowance, kasi po yung highest rate na ng minimum wage natin sa Metro Manila, 570 pesos per day, Mr. Speaker. Pero para sa CONCON, per day, 10,000. Ilang beses po na multiplied, ganun kalaki yung disparity, Mr. Speaker. Kaya naman sa ngayon hindi po natin masikmura na ganun yung magiging rate para dun sa CONCON delegates. Meron po ba tayong estimate magkano yung ating ia-allot para lang sa allowance ng lahat ng delegado for the whole span of the functioning of the Constitutional Convention?
On the first point, again, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to crafting or amending our Constitution, now that we have regained our democracy and we have freed ourselves from martial law, we must free ourselves from poverty and this poor economy. Marami pong presidenteng dumaan, at least 6 since 1987 and at least 7 since 1971. Iba-iba po ang naging plataforma at pagpapatakbo ng mga presidenteng ito ng ating bansa. And yet we have not gained a sustained progress to improve our economy. Iba-iba po ang nasubukan na natin. And opening our economy, opening up the economic provisions of our Constitution to more foreign investments may be the key to freeing ourselves from poverty and this poor economy. On the second point, Mr. Speaker, on the costing of the expenses to be incurred by our delegates, we have an unofficial and subject to change that the costing would be for personal services, we have approximates at 597 million. Salaries for staff members and benefits, 755 million. Employer share in mandatory contributions, for a total personal service for delegates of 1.5 billion. We envision a secretariat with salaries and benefits at 76 million for a total personal service amount of 1.6 billion. Put that together with the maintenance and operating expenses at 766 plus million and a capital outlay for the convention of approximately 106 million. We have an approximate of 2.4 billion. All of these, Mr. Speaker, however, are estimates. They are subject to change once we agree on the final benefits and per diems of the delegates, as well as how the secretariat will be composed during the Constitutional Convention.
Mr. Speaker, kasama na po ba doon sa personal services yung per diem o yung allowance bawat araw ng ating mga CONCON delegates?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, di ba meron tayong 314 CONCON delegates?
16.
316. So, 316 times the 10,000 pesos per day, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, bawat araw pa lang, 3.16 million pesos. Ilang araw po magkakaroon ng sessions ang ating CONCON?
May 7 months po tayo, Mr. Speaker.
And every week, ilang beses sila magse-session?
Mondays to Fridays, Mr. Speaker. But, again, the Constitutional Convention, once it convenes and elects the President of the Convention, as well as the Secretary General of the Convention, will have to draft their own internal rules when they will have their session, if they will have committees and subcommittees, and we cannot control them what they will do with the convention, during the convention, except that it is our thrust that they will deliberate on the economic provisions under Articles 12, 14, and 16.
Tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, sobrang gastos pa rin talaga eh. Kasi 3.16 million per day, kung merong 20 session days sa isang buwan, gagastos na tayo ng 63.2 million bawat buwan. No? Tapos kung ita-times 7 pa po natin yan, Mr. Speaker, edi sobrang laki na talaga, aabot ng 400 plus million pesos. So, tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, kung gusto natin talaga na mag-develop yung ating economy, ang dami nga nating naisip para makatipid yung ating gobyerno. Gusto nating mag-right size, but well, that's for another debate. Kinakat natin yung ating budget for different social services. Tapos gusto nating ibuyangyang lalo yung ating economy sa mga malalaking dayuhang korporasyon. Tapos, yun, gagastusin pala tayo ng ganun kalaki, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, to sum up this interpellation and to give way to other members of the House who would like to interpellate, tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, kung gusto talaga natin na ma-address yung urgent na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na't meron ng napeg na inflation rate for February, patuloy ang jeepney strike ng ating mga drivers, and actually for major routes sa Metro Manila, 100% yung naparalisa. Tapos merong 80% na participation rate. Ganun po kalala yung sitwasyon natin ngayon. So sana ganung mga bagay po yung ating pag-usapan. Tapos mas mainam din na antayin na lang natin yung Senado bago tayo magtalakay ng Constitutional Convention. At Mr. Speaker, again, in terms of attendance natin, kanina bago po tayo tumayo dito, sa bilang po natin, nasa 85 lamang out of the 312 members of Congress ang nandito for second reading. If we say that there is consensus for this proposed bill and moves for charter change, dapat po second reading, sana po, with all due respect, mas marami po tayong nagpa-participate. Kasi second reading, hindi lamang po siya yung ating viva voce voting, kasama po dyan yung interpellation. And also, Mr. Speaker, this discussion on charter change is not and should not be similar to a televised contest na kung saan winners are selected or decisions are made through text votes, online poll, or similar mechanisms. With that, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat. Salamat din sa ating butihing sponsor.
Salamat din po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guests of the Honorable Luis Straw of the 2nd District of Batangas that are with us today, namely the Honorable Municipal Councilors Isa Ocampo, Councilor Marjorie De Castro, Councilor Amabel Williams, Councilor Renato Patolot, Councilor Elizar Cinco, Honorable Barangay Kapitan of Barangay Dulangan and ABC President Eileen Ocampo, Barangay Kapitan of Barangay Abiacao, Julieta Mirano, Barangay Captain Eduardo Gatbonton, Barangay Captain Mariel Gonzalvo, Barangay Captain Gilbert Malabanan, Barangay Captain Juan Atienza, Barangay Captain Glicerio Mendoza, Barangay Captain Alex Bacani, Barangay Captain Perseverando Castillo, Barangay Captain Nelson Ilagan, Barangay Captain Emeterio Dima Felix, Barangay Captain Rubelito Vergara, Barangay Captain German Cortez, Barangay Captain Lito Marco, Barangay Captain Esmeralda Mauleon, Barangay Captain Guillermo Capuno, Barangay Captain Luciano Villanueva, and of course the mother of Congresswoman Luistro, Ma'am Leonor Abanilla Reyes.
We acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Jinky Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas, Municipal Councilors Isa Marita Ocampo, Marjorie De Castro, Annabel Williams, Reynaldo Patolot, Eleazar Cinco, barangay captains o punong barangays, and ABC President Eileen Ocampo, Julieta Mirano, Eduardo Gatbonton, Mariel Gonzalvo, Gilbert Malabanan, Juan Atienza, Glicerio Mendoza, Alex Bacani, Perseverando Castillo, Nelson Ilagan, Emeterio Dima Felix, Rubelito Vergara, Herman Cortez, Lito Marco, Esmeralda Mauleon, Guillermo Capuno, Luciano Villanueva, and of course, the mother of our representative from Batangas, Leonor Abanilla Reyes. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Franz L. Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, this House Bill 7352 under the Committee Report 350 would be the enabling law
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
To conduct constitutional convention for charter change, right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So dito po sa panukalang batas na ito, andito na po yung qualification ng mga delegates, yung pamamaraan ng pagpili, and at the same time, yung budget na gagastusin natin for the conduct of the CONCON. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, but only insofar as the appropriations cannot be specified as of this now.
And also, it would be the COMELEC to conduct the election of the delegates. And at the same time, sila din po ba yung mag-formulate ng rules or guidelines on CONCON, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker, dahil nakasaad po sa batas na ito na isasabay sa barangay at SK elections ang eleksyon po ng ating mga delegado. COMELEC na po mismo, with its existing rules and regulations under the Omnibus Election Code, that will conduct the election of delegates.
Yes, tinatansya po, Mr. Speaker, ng panukalang batas na ito that the election of the CONCON delegates will be held on October 2023. So, sa palagay po ba ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, sapat na po ba yung time na i-devote natin from now? Kung halimbawa po, ma-approve natin ito before the March 25. But as we can see in the Senate, parang hindi pa rin siya pinag-uusapan. So, kung matapos po ito ng March 25 dito sa House of Representatives, and then we will be having a recess on after March 25. So babalik na tayo by May. So do you think we have ample time for the process of selecting, nomination, validation of delegates, etc., until October 2023?
We are optimistic on the part of the House of Representatives. However, we can only say that we are hopeful and also optimistic on the part of the Senate that they will have counterpart resolution and a counterpart accompanying measure similar to that of the House of Representatives. Insofar as the election or selection of delegates, it will not be us, but it will be the people who will scrutinize those who will file for the candidacy as delegate, and it will be the Speaker and the Senate President, together with whatever committees they may create, to screen the qualified appointed delegates comprising 20% of the total number of delegates for this constitutional convention.
Okay, so we are optimistic that we have the appropriate time now until October 23 for the elections of the delegates.
We are optimistic on our part, but we cannot say what the Senate will do.
Yes, but of course the Senate is a big factor here.
Yes, ma'am.
For the time frame and also with the rules, guidelines that will be promulgated by the COMELEC.
The rules and guidelines are there, Madam
Del
Mano.
Peter.
We have no worries when it comes to the rules and regulations of the COMELEC.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On Section 2, on the composition of the Constitutional Convention. So we have experienced in 1973, no, the election of the Constitutional Convention delegates. In 1986, we have this appointment of the members of the CONCON. Okay? Is it correct?
That's correct, Mr.
Yes. On the composition, so what is the constitutional basis by which we can, kung paano natin pipiliin yung constitutional delegates? Kasi nakalagay sa Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the CONCON delegate shall be elected. Pero naglagay tayo dito ng appointed. So, what is the constitutional basis of that kind of process by which we can choose our constitutional delegates?
Mr. Speaker, under our Constitution, when Congress itself, by a vote of 2/3 of all its members, will call for a constitutional convention similar to that of the 1971 Constitution. There is no limiting parameter as with regards to the implementing measure, whether the delegates would be elected or appointed. In fact, we had purely appointed delegates in 1986 and purely elected delegates for the 1971 and the 1971 Convention and 1934 Convention. So, nasa sa atin po yon, nasa panukalang batas na ito, kung ano po ang nakikita nating pinakademokratikong pamamaraan ng pagpili ng delegado para marepresenta po at mabigyan ng kinatawan ang lahat ng sektor at hindi lang delegado ng bawat distrito ng ating bansa.
Okay. So wala itong as far as the Constitution, our 1987 Constitution is concerned, so wala itong pagbabawal sa pamamaraan.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether i-combine natin yung elected delegates and also the appointed delegates. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
In fact, this is an improved version of Republic Act 6132, implementing the resolution of both houses, number 2 of 1967, and resolution of both houses, number 4 of 1969, because in the implementing measure, they only allowed elected delegates to be part of the Constitutional Convention. Whereas for this hybrid convention, mas sinigurado po natin na ang ibang sektor na halos walang pag-asang mahalal sa isang eleksyon sa distrito ay may pagkakataong makaupo sa Constitutional Convention, katulad po ng mga indigenous members of the indigenous cultural communities, urban poor, farmer and fisher folk, the labor sector, the youth sector, the veteran sector, at meron pa pong iba. Sa totoo lang po, dinagdagan natin ang bakante na pwede pang i-appoint ng Senate President at ng Speaker of the House of Representatives para kung gayon po ang mga katulad ng sektor ninyong inirepresenta, ang ating mga guro, lalo na ang mga mahuhusay natin na may mabuting maidadagdag sa pag-amyenda ng economic provisions ng ating konstitusyon, ay pwede po silang pumasok kapag inendorso ninyo ng mahusay sa Speaker at sa Senate President.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So nabanggit natin dito yung Republic Act number 6132. So ito yung ginamit noong 1971 Constitutional Convention, and also the the 1986 Constitutional Commission, kasi hindi naman siya convention dahil elected. Kaya ang tawag natin Constitutional Commission
Tama po.
of 1986.
Tama po.
So, doon po, whether elected or appointed, medyo itong representasyong na ito, Mr. Speaker, ay nagwo-worry din po doon sa magiging composition nito. Dahil alam naman natin, sa election ng mga district, hindi natin siguro maiiwasan din na kamag-anak, kaalyado, or kapamilya ng natin dito, yung incumbent na mga member ng House of Representatives, yung pwedeng ma-elect. Kasi sila yung may kakayanan, di ba? Para magkampanya, ma-nominate, sila yung mga professionals. Kasi doon sa qualification, at least sinasabi natin dito, college graduate. So, maaring ang mga may elect din dito sa elected constitutional delegates ay mga kamag-anak at belong din dun sa political dynasty. Tama po ba?
Tama po, maaaring mangyari yon na kamag-anak ng mga political dynasty ang maihahalal sa Constitutional Convention na ito. Kaya po nagdagdag din tayo ng probisyon na appointed delegates at nakasaad po ng malinaw na fisherfolk, urban poor, members of indigenous cultural communities. Tuwing eleksyon po, lahat tayo may agam-agam na hindi mahuhusay at mabubuting politiko ang mauupo sa pwesto. Natutuwa po akong nag-participate kayo sa talakayang ito because this is part of educating our people, a part of the process of letting our people know what our Constitution is about, what is good and what is bad about it, and what can be changed for the better. Maganda pong na sinasabi niyo yan para marinig din po ng mga taong bayan kung anong dapat nilang gawing agam-agam sa pagboboto nila at pumili sila ng hustong delegado pag dumating ang panahon na may eleksyon po tayo ng Constitutional Convention delegate.
Yes, okay. Ako po ay sumasang-ayon na sana po naririnig ng ating mga kababayan, ng ating mga ginagawang tanungan at sagutan para makita rin nila na ma-educate sila.
Tama po.
Paano yung tamang pagpili. Later on, kung matutuloy itong CONCON ng kanilang mga delegado per district. Dito naman po sa appointive delegates. So nakalagay sa ating bill that it is the Speaker and the Senate President yung mag-a-appoint. Wala po bang wala po bang problema doon since 'di ba ang Speaker at the Senate President ay syempre meron din itong pansariling interest. At syempre kung sila yung mag-a-appoint, kahit naman ito ay recommendation ng taong bayan o yung mga sektor na nag-a-appoint, so it is in the discretion pa rin ng Speaker at saka ng Senate President. So ano po kaya yung magkakaroon ng pamamaraan wherein hindi papasok dito yung sinasabi nating personal interest. Meron po kaya na pwede nating maipasok dito na provision, halimbawa, para hindi pumasok dito yung sinasabi nating magiging undemocratic din kasi kapag ganun.
Unang-una po, sinigurado namin sa panukalang batas na malinaw ang numero ng mga delegado na manggagaling sa mga napiling sektor ng ating bayan. Malinaw po yan na hindi bababa sa 2 ang labor sector, 3 sa retired members of judiciary, halimbawa, 2 sa indigenous cultural communities. That is to restrict the appointment of the Senate President and the Speaker to have a minimum number for selected sectoral representatives. Pangalawa po, sinigurado namin to exclude the executive department from the selection process. So, because ang panukala pong ito is a purely legislative measure, an accompanying legislative measure of our resolution, at para po ang pinuno lang ng lehislatura, ang 2 pinuno ng ating bicameral Congress ang pipili. Ang sinabi ko po kanina, maliban po sa parameters na dapat independent, knowledgeable, competent, may understanding ng ating gobyerno, pwede pong mag-create ng mga komitiba or selection committee ang Senate President and the Speaker. They can sit together with a committee at bukas po sila, pati po sa mga representanting tulad ninyo para mag-endorse ng mga appointed delegates with probity and integrity and with no relation whatsoever to any political dynasty if that is what you wish, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that clarification, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Dahil kung dalawa sila, in terms of, halimbawa, botohan, kung alin dito ang pwedeng ma-nominate or pwedeng ma-appoint, kung halimbawang halimbawa sila doon sa isang boto, so sino yung magbibigay ng tiebreaker? Kasi kung dalawa lang yan, so paano natin masisiguro na talagang appropriate yung mapipili nila kung dalawa lang sila?
That's correct, ma'am. In case of tie, walang deciding vote.
Yes.
Sinadya po namin yan sa panukalang batas at sinadya din namin na may libre pang 30 pang upuan para sa mga delegado para may leeway po ang Senate President at Speaker of the House of Representatives na magkaroon po sila, pwede silang mag-sharing. Basta pareho lang po nilang mapagkakasunduan ang mga i-appoint nilang delegado sa Constitutional Convention. So, we have an even number. Ang total po ng appointed delegates natin, we have a total of 63. Sa ngayon po, based on the draft accompanying measure, ang mga nakaspecify lang po na mga delegadong may minimum number of delegates ay 63. Naka-free up pa po ang 30 seats para maluwag po ang Senate President at Speaker of the House of Representatives magdagdag at hindi po nila kailangang mag-agawan at kailangan na naman ng isa pang taong magdedesisyon para sa kanila.
Okay, so ibig sabihin po, ito hindi kasi kompleto yung 63. So meron pang 30 plus
Tama po.
na leeway yung Senate President and Speaker to choose their delegates. Tama po.
Tama po. At
So paano po yun magiging
para
democratic?
mawala din po ang agam-agam ninyo, para ang lahat ng sektor ay magkakaroon ng representasyon, nakaspecify po na ang dagdag na sectoral representatives numbering 30 delegates ay pwede lang pong kunin sa ilalim ng Republic Act 8425, otherwise known as the Social Reform and Poverty Alleviation Act. So pwede pong madagdagan ang urban poor, farmers, pwede pong madagdagan ang indigenous cultural communities na pwede pong kunin sa bakanting 30 upuan para sa mga delegado.
I see. So ito yung yung iba from the guidelines of Republic Act number
Tama po.
8525. Okay. Noong 1986 CONCOM at maging sa Constitutional Convention ni dating President Marcos Jr., meron pong dumaan po yung mga CONCON delegates sa nomination process. May 3-day publication requirement at tumanggap ang gobyerno ng reactions at comments mula sa publiko for at least 10 days. Okay? At bago sila inappoint ni former President Aquino. At meron din itong mga consultation process. So tingin niyo po ba best practice ito para doon sa mga mapipili o ma-appoint natin? Kasi at least meron itong publication, meron itong magiging opinyon ng publiko kung tama bang pagpili o hindi, at saka pa magkakaroon ng consultation process.
Mr. Speaker, during the 1971, during the election of the 1971 Constitutional Convention delegates, public information was limited because technology was limited then. It was very hard to be familiar with interested delegates at that time. people did not have enough access to information to whoever is qualified or not. But now it is already 2023. A simple act in social media could make someone famous in an instant. Napakarami po nating news outlets, may social media po tayo. Even the politicians and those interested should join public service. Engage social media outlets. Sigurado po ako na kung ano po ang katayuan ng ating mamamayan noong 1971 ay malaki po ang pinagbago at hindi po ito hadlang para pumili ng tamang mga delegado. The only thing that Filipinos should overcome in choosing their elected delegates or their elected public servants is to overcome fear, vote buying, harassment, na tama naman po talagang dapat mawala na sa ating politika. So, I don't think that a 10-day posting or notice of qualifications is needed now. Pwede po nating makilala ang ating mga kandidato sa distrito. Katulad po ninyo, I'm sure ACT Teacher has so many outlets to express or to transmit kung ano man po ang inyong mga posisyon, ang inyong mga prinsipyo at ang inyong legislative thrust dito sa Kongreso.
Okay, so gagamitin natin yung available social media platform.
Hindi lang po social media.
ay-
May radyo po tayo, may dyaryo tayo na kinikilala para sa atin ang mga potensyal nating maging delegado.
Yes, doon po sa magiging appointed, yung sinasabi rin natin na sana magkaroon din talaga ng mahigpit na na proseso, and at the same time yung ating mga elected din.
Maganda pong suggestion yan, Mr. Speaker, and it is well taken that those appointed should be transparent when it comes to the selection process. Maganda po yan, the committee, and hopefully the Senate, when it acts on a similar measure, will also recognize the suggestion of the Honorable Castro to be transparent in the selection of appointed delegates.
Yes, so yun po yung gusto nating maidagdag sana para maging mayroong pagkakataon yung publiko na ma-scrutinize itong mga potential o yung mga pinili ng ating Speaker at ng Senate President. Okay, so dito po sa election ng delegates, kung ito po ay isasabay doon sa barangay election, so therefore, iniisip na natin yan na magkakaroon tayo din ng dagdag na tingin po ba natin, doon po ba sa doon po ba sa committee hearing natin as regards to yung mga technical requirements para sa pag-elect ng mga delegates, ay nakahanda po ba yung COMELEC dito, Mr. Chair? So, hindi kasi ako naka-attend doon sa committee hearing regarding this bill. So, natanong po ba natin yung COMELEC kung ready by October 23 yung mga machine na gagamitin para sa pag-elect ng ating mga CONCON delegates?
Mr. Speaker, according to the chairman of the Commission on Elections, who personally attended the committee hearing of the Committee on Appropriations, handa po sila. They are ready as long as the Legislative Department can pass all the necessary measures to pursue the election of delegates on October 2023. Handa po sila, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Doon po sa ating interpellation, when we are interpellating RBH 6. So, sinabi po ng ating chairman, the estimates expenses for this CONCON is 9.5 billion. Tapos 5 billion for CONCON proper and 3 billion for ratification sa plebiscite at 1.5 billion sa election. Wala pa dito yung per diem, travel and lodging ng ating mga delegates. And the NEDA estimates to be 28 billion. So tama po ba yung mga figure na sinasabi natin? Kasi wala rin naman dito sa ating bill yung talagang detalye nung kailangan nating budget. Pero nag-estimate po doon sa committee kung magkano yung magagastos. Tama po ba ito? Between 15 to 28 billion.
Mr. Speaker, 50 to 80 billion is not accurate. During the deliberations of the Committee on Appropriations, where the DBM and the COMELEC were present, ang hiningi lang pong dagdag ng Commission on Elections to push through with the election of delegates on October 2023, simultaneous with the barangay and SK elections, is 3.827 billion. Dagdag po natin dyan ang estimates po ng committee pagdating sa operating expenses, including the per diems of our delegates na nasa 2.4 billion. The chairman was more or less accurate with his estimates that we will be spending at least 5 to 6 billion. And this would be the most cost-efficient election since it will be simultaneously done in the elections for the barangay and SK elections.
Yes. How about the travel and lodging?
Kasama na po dyan sa
The delegates.
estimated budget ang per diems, travel and lodging expenses at 597 million. Salaries of staffs and members and their benefits na 755 million. Employee share sa mga mandatory contributions na 182 million. Sa delegates lang po yan aside in terms of personal services na wasa 1.5 billion po.
Okay, that includes administration and technical assistance.
Ang Sang-ayon po sa ating panukalang batas, pwede pong magbigay ng libreng technical assistance ang mga ahensya ng ating gobyerno, pero meron pong sarili at dapat naman po may sariling secretariat ang ating Constitutional Convention na magkakaroon ng karagdagang 76 million for a total personal service of 1.6 billion estimate.
Okay. So, saan po natin kukuhanin yung pondo na mag-exceed doon sa budget natin for barangay election?
Dahil po, Mr. Speaker, hindi ganun kalaki ang nakikita ng COMELEC, ng Department of Budget and Management, as well as the Appropriations Committee when it comes to expenditure for the proposed election and operation of the Constitutional Convention. Pwede pong kunin ito sa available appropriations in the current General Appropriations Act. And thereafter, pag na-convene na po ang ating Constitutional Convention at nag-ooperate na sila, the amount necessary for the operations of the Constitutional Convention and the subsequent plebiscite shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. That could be for next year, 2024.
Yes. Okay, so yun po, no? So hindi ko na rin ulitin yung manifestation ng ating representative from the Kabataan Party List. So tingin po rin ng representasyong ito na malaki rin po yung magagastos dito sa CONCON na to. Kung ito lang po ay maibibigay na natin doon sa mga immediate na pangangailangan ng ating sektor sa ngayon, to mitigate halimbawa yung inflation, yung mga kahilingan ng mga magsasaka, yung mga driver, at iba pang mga basic sectors, ay malaki yung maitutulong. So, yun lang po, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor, at nagpapasalamat po ako dun sa inyong matyagang pagsagot sa aking mga katanungan. Salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat din po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Sir?
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Jude Asidre of Tingog Party List, also the guests of the Honorable Julian Baronda of the Lone District of Iloilo, and the guests of the Cavite Congressman. With us today are from the Junior Chamber International Philippines. We have Kirby Javier Salazar, 2023 National President of JCI Philippines. Ervin Carla Abisamis, 2023 Special Assistant to the National President. Alisa Pauline Buluran, National Growth and Development Commissioner, Miguel Vinarao, National Program Chair, and Antonio M. Deboda Jr., Aide.
We acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Jude Asidre and the Honorable Julian Baronda. The following are very much welcome. Hereby Kirby Javier Salazar, Ervin Carla Abisamis, Alisa Pauline Buluran, Miguel Vinarao, Antonio Deboda Jr. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Rufus B. Rodriguez, Chairperson of Committee on Constitutional Amendments, as the sponsor.
The sponsoring chairman, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are ready to answer the questions of those who wish to intervene and to interpolate this afternoon. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor is the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas of Party List Gabriela. May I move that the interpolator be recognized.
The lady from Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Will the good sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Very gladly to the representative of Gabriela, the lady, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. And we never call ladies gentle lady because ladies are always gentle. Men may not be gentle. So that is why I always address distinguished lady members, not distinguished gentle ladies, because they're always gentle, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa ating sponsor. Meron pang pahiging ng gentle lady. Mr. Speaker, bago po ako tumungo sa mga tanong hinggil sa accompanying bill, nais naming irehistro ang consistent na tindig laban sa charter change, lalo sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. The last time we had CONCON was under the father of President Marcos Jr. Meron din noong resolution of both houses at accompanying bill gaya ng tinatalakay natin ngayon. Sinimulan po ang proseso ng CONCON noong 1971, nagdeklara ng batas militar si Marcos noong 1972, mahigit 11 delegado ng CONCON mula sa oposisyon ang inaresto. Eventually, the CONCON produced the 1973 Constitution, further cementing the Marcos dictatorship. Hindi dapat malimot ang mga pangyayaring ito habang tayo ay nagtatalakay ng charter change, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, meron lang po akong ilang katanungan kaugnay dun sa procedure, Mr. Speaker. Bago po ako tumungo sa mga tanong kaugnay ng laman ng CONCON bill, nais nating linawin yung proseso ng pag-aproba sa Committee on Appropriations ng House Bill 7325. Napansin namin, Mr. Speaker, na wala ito sa agenda ng Committee on Appropriations noong February 28. Ang nakalagay lang po sa agenda ay briefing ng DBCC o Development Budget Coordination Committee or DBCC hinggil sa epekto ng inflation on national government projects. Now, for the record, Mr. Speaker, tama ba ito lang ang agenda na laman ng official notice ng APRO para sa February 28 meeting, Mr. Speaker? Or may nadagdag?
This representation believe that it is in other matters. Mr. Speaker, all committee hearings always has these other matters. And as long as in that particular session there is no objection, and which is duly, and we also with the consent of the Speaker, then it can be taken up. And I think some oppositors were present, in fact, in that particular the hearing of the Committee on Appropriations.
So, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong po, may official notice. Nakalagay sa other matters, pero may official notice.
That is correct, and it is also with the approval of the Speaker so that other matters may be included in a committee hearing under the rules committee.
Thank you for confirming, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we have a copy of the official notice indicating that this is the sole agenda for the February 28, yung DBCC lang, no? So, meron pong pinalabas na official notice na may nakalagay na other matters. Kailan po yun, Mr. Speaker?
That was agreed and approved by the Committee on Rules. And that is why at the committee hearing of the Appropriations Committee, this particular item was included. In fact, there was invitation to the DBM and also the COMELEC. The COMELEC was present, meaning that there has been an invitation to COMELEC because they will take up not only DBCC matters, but also this particular bill that will be having appropriations measure. And since the COMELEC will take charge of the election proceedings, then they were there. There was adequate notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, nababahala lang ako kasi nasa other matters siya, no? At con bill siya. Ang question po natin, Ginoong Sponsor, for something that pertains to the revision of the Constitution and the conduct of a constitutional convention, nakapasok lang siya sa other matters at hindi talaga reflected sa official notice or agenda mismo nakalagay sa Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because ultimately, it will be the plenary that will decide on the appropriation measure. Is the committee makes recommendation, but when we are already on plenary, we discuss from Section 1 to Section 15 in seriatim. And so therefore, the opportunity to question this is always present, and the most important is the plenary. And that is why we have this appropriation measure, which is very, very clear and simple. It says, Section 14, the amount necessary for the implementation of this act shall be charged against any available appropriations in the General Appropriations Act. Thereafter, the amount necessary for the operations of the Constitutional Convention and the subsequent plebiscite shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act. So it is really a very simple and very clear provision. So really, there is something that we cannot debate about because for the election of the delegates, it will be included in the barangay elections. That's why we really save a lot of the needed expense will be much lesser, Mr. Speaker, if we have a separate election for delegates. There will be a separate electoral board members. There will be separate election returns electronic. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is a very language that is very simple, and that is why I would like to ask the lady, the distinguished lady, what is his question on Section 14?
Mr. Speaker, I was asking about the public proceedings related po dyan. Kasi yung proposed constitutional convention, dapat may transparency. So the public should know or malaman dapat ng publiko yung babudgetan sa CONCON. Para yung taong bayan, alam niya kung ano ang gagastusin dito. No? So kaya natin sinasabi ito kasi halimbawa, sa Section 35 ng Rules of the House of Representatives,
yes,
it indicates that the measures to be taken up by the committee, including the date, time, and place of the meeting, should be included in the official notice. Tapos, parang kung other matters siya, parang exception, Mr. Speaker. Nakalagay po, i-quote ko lang, members shall be notified in writing through electronic mail or instant messaging 3 calendar days before a regularly scheduled committee or subcommittee meeting, conference, or hearing, except when the Speaker authorizes the conduct of immediate meeting or hearing for the passage of urgent legislative measures. Sinabi naman, Mr. Speaker, ng ating sponsor na it was given, no?
By the Speaker, you read it yourself.
Yes, oo.
That is the complete rule. And the rule allows precisely the Speaker to include in any agenda of the appropriations to be taken up. So the rule itself allows the Committee on Appropriations to to include discussions on the CONCON bill.
Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, ang gusto lang natin sabihin, no, na kung CONCON bill ang pag-uusapan, hindi lang siya dapat inserted sa agenda. No?
We note on
Sama
that,
talaga siya,
yes.
Mr.
But
Speaker.
there is no violation of the rules because the rules provide the Speaker can add additional items in Appropriations Committees.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker, para sa clarification. Ang worry po natin kasi na hindi magkaroon ng shortcut or rules, for expediency's sake or for pertaining, no, lalo na dito sa changing of the Constitution, mahalaga po malaman at every step of the way, no, ng taong bayan kung ano yung nangyari. Now, I won't belabor that point, Mr. Speaker. Tinanong ko lang for the record ano ang mga ginawa. Mr. Speaker, hinggil sa, and do you remember po kung kailan yung Committee on Rules na sinabi natin yan? Do you still remember?
I don't recall because after the committee approval, it goes to the appropriations. From the committee on amendments to the appropriations. So I'm not very sure on when the committee on rules secure the approval of the speaker. It should be before that particular
Kasi,
hearing.
Mr. Speaker, I was there nung committee hearing.
That's correct.
And the next day, it was the APRO, right?
That's correct.
Tama ba? So walang 3 days yon, and there is a permission from the Speaker.
Yes.
Tama po ba?
Yes.
For the
because,
record.
correct. Appropriation measures, there are so many bills that would just really go to the appropriations because many bills contain appropriations provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, tungkol sa komposisyon at iba pang detalye ng CONCON. Mr. Speaker, sa detalye ng panukalang CONCON bill na ito, sa Section 2, composition ng CONCON, sinasabi na may bahaging elected at appointed sa mga delegado ng CONCON. Kung 20% ang i-appoint ng Senate President at House Speaker, ilang delegado ang katumbas nito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor? Ilang delegates?
Composition is clearly elected and appointed. And 253, therefore, it says here, one from each of the existing legislative districts, and we have 253. Then if you total that with additional 63, appointed, then that would mean 20% of the whole convention will come from the appointed sector.
63.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
63.
Saan po magmumula ang power to appoint? Kasi nakalagay yun sa section
Yeah.
To appoint ng Senate President at House Speaker.
Yes. It is found in the appointment, who will appoint, election.
Yes. Kasi the assumption
Yes.
is that in the 1987 Constitution is still in force leading to the CONCON. Wala pong appointing powers sa Constitution, 1987 Constitution,
Yeah.
na itinatakda para sa Senate President at House Speaker sa ilalim po ng
That's correct.
Constitution.
Our Article 17 does not have an express provision on who will appoint if we have a hybrid convention. So therefore, since this is the legislative act, and this is what is the mandate of the House to be able to either be a constituent assembly or a convention, then we deem it best that since this is a legislative creation, in fact, this particular resolution does not go to the President. Directly it goes to the Senate, and if it's approved, it goes to the people for plebiscite, this resolution. The bill goes to the President for signature. So because of that, we deem it best that it will be the Speaker, head of the House of Representatives, and the Senate President, head of the Senate of the Philippines, will be the ones jointly appointing the appointed delegates.
Jointly appointing kasi po silang dalawa dapat magkasama. Hindi
Yes,
pwedeng yung isa pinili niya tapos yung the other one ayaw.
No, there has to be concurrence between the two heads of the chambers of Congress.
Now, Mr. Speaker, bakit hindi po presidente, vice-presidente, judikatura, bakit hindi yung mga ganon, Mr. Speaker? Bakit particularly ay Senate President and House?
Because this is not an appointment to executive positions. This is an appointment to a constituent constituent convention. That never is it an executive function. Because this is not an executive function, then therefore the President has no authority under the Constitution to appoint. These are not executive officers. The President has all the powers to appoint those that are in the Constitution, the judiciary, those, the department heads, those mentioned in the Constitution, and other executive offices when the law is silent. But we are not electing, we are not having executive positions. What we have is a sui generis. Sui generis in that it on its own, it is a body co-equal with the other departments. It has a life of its own. It has constituent powers. So between the two, we believe that since this resolution and the bill comes from Congress, appointing power goes to the Senate President and the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time, right, na gagawin yan.
Yeah, because this is the first time that we have appointed delegates. In 1935, everybody was elected. In 1971, all elected. And then in Constitutional Commission, 86 Commission, all were appointed. But there was a revolutionary government, and President Aquino appointed 46 commissioners.
Mr. Speaker, tanong lang, bakit hindi all elected? Kahit po yung and no appointment. Bakit? Why?
We have a very expert opinion of the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. We have former Chief Justice Renato Puno. To answer 3 questions. First, is there a need for a constitutional convention now? His answer was yes. 2, the best mode according to our Supreme Court former Chief Justice is constitutional convention. And then he came out with his proposal. Because elections, according to him, elections from district is okay. But then we are not sure that sectors will be represented. How can in a district our labor sector, our farmers, our fisher folks, our migrant workers, our women, our young, our youth, how can they be appointed in this particular instance of having district elections? And that is why, according to him, there has to be experts and there has to be from sectors. And we agreed with that. Precisely, we have now 20% to be appointed from sectors as delineated, listed in Section 2, yes, and with a further provision that additional sectoral delegates shall come from Republic Act 8425, otherwise known as the Social Reform and Poverty Alleviation Act, which has more marginalized sectors than the listing that we have.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, bagamat nakasaad yung sectoral representatives na pipiliin para sa CONCON, wala naman pong detalye kung paano isasagawa ang pagpili sa mga ito. Right? Kasi parang there should be requisites, no? Kung paano pipiliin or bakit hindi ito nakasaad sa CONCON bill na ito, kung paano ang pamamaraan ng pagpili, paano ito isasagawa sa aktwal, may recommending panel ba, paano mapipinal ang kanilang mga appointments, Mr. Speaker, Ginong?
This is so much detail already, so that will now go to the implementing rules and regulations to be promulgated by the COMELEC, the Senate President, and the Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're saying na wala dito?
Wala doon ang procedure because that can be in the implementing rules and regulations.
Pero, Mr. Speaker, meron sinasabi dito sa Section 2 na individuals of national standing ang mga delegado sa CONCON. This applies to both elected and appointed delegates. Tama po ba?
Tama.
Ano po ang iniisip na qualifiers para sa sinasabing of national standing, Mr. Speaker?
That will also be subject. That is why there will be details and that will be under the implementing rules and regulations. All of these that are broad will be defined and detailed in the implementing rules and regulations.
Kaso, Mr. Speaker, kung dapat na may national standing yung mga sectoral representatives, paano magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na maging bahagi ng CONCON ang miyembro ng, halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, pambansang minorya o di kaya isang labor leader na bagamat may alam sa konstitusyon ay wala namang pambansang prominence or yung tinatawag nating national standing dyan, Mr. Speaker.
I get the point of the honorable lady, and we are open to amendments that will remove this national standing so that if somebody is proposed by the marginalized sector coming from a province, but he is not known nationally, fine, as long as that organization recommends them. Very good point, Madam Our Lady Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dadako na po ako sa eleksyon ng mga delegates sa
Yes.
CONCON. Parehong campaign rules ba ang mag-a-apply tulad ng mga patakaran para sa congressional elections? Saan lalamanin ang mga patakaran kaugnay nito? May COMELEC resolution ba na ilalabas?
That's correct. Under Section 13, there is COMELEC authority, but their authority to issue rules and regulations only pertains to the election of delegates and the plebiscite. That's why this will be amended for implementing rules to include the Speaker and the Senate President in relation to the details of the operations appointment of the delegates to the convention. For example, let me tell you, they are saying that it will be difficult to run if you don't have the resources. And I remember the example in 1971. Mr. Speaker, the candidates were given through the COMELEC space and COMELEC time the same venue for them to be able to campaign. So it's possible, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that all delegates has a standing chance to win. Is that first, there will be a possible prohibition of all billboards and tarps. Because moneyed candidates can have so much billboards and tarps. Secondly, there will be no unlimited time for TV and radio. And that delegates, when they go to a barangay or the fora, will be sponsored by the COMELEC. Then there will only be a COMELEC space in each barangay. And then in the radio, everybody has equal time to present his platform. These are things, Mr. Chairman, that can be done by the COMELEC to assure that deserving candidates who may not have the resources may still run. And that is what probably will be done by the COMELEC, because the COMELEC will be implementing rules together, issue rules together with the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. Section 13 will be amended.
So you're saying, Mr. Speaker, hindi parehong campaign rules ng congressional elections ngayon
Possible.
ang magaganap?
Possible.
Tapos yung lalamanin ng mga patakaran, COMELEC resolution, magkakaroon ng COMELEC resolution.
That's correct. There will be a COMELEC resolution governing the elections for delegates to the Constitutional Convention.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, magbabank on tayo sa COMELEC resolution kung papantayin niya yung lahat, no?
Hopefully.
Tulad ng sinasabi niyo, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
We would like to see the COMELEC doing that to assure an equal chance for all candidates.
Now, another point, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
kapansin-pansin na walang provision ng CONCON bill kaugnay ng replacement ng CONCON delegate. Paano ang magiging mekanismo, halimbawa, kung papalitan ang isang delegado due to unforeseen circumstances, no? Sa accompanying bill noong 1971 CONCON, may nakasaad na probisyon kaugnay dito. Now, we are wondering, Mr. Speaker, why this CONCON bill refused to tackle such mechanism for the replacement of CONCON delegates. Saan ipapaubaya ito, Mr. Speaker?
There will be no replacement. We have discussed that in the committee. We have discussed that with members of our committee. And we said time is too short. We cannot anymore have an election because once October 30, we have the election, we have only 7 months. If we will have a provision on election to replace the elected delegate, we will not have not time, and it will be expensive to the COMELEC. So therefore, we will have to make sure that as long as we get an election, if there is somebody who is incapacitated, then that is where it will be. There will be no revision for election
So
because of
talagang
that time.
out na lang siya, ganyan,
Wala
Mr.
na.
Speaker. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, balikan natin yung history. Noong panahon ni Marcos Sr., nasa 11 opposition ng CONCON delegates ang inaresto. Tapos pinalitan ng in favor of the Marcos administration at that time. So ito, sa provision po na ito, sinasabi ninyo, walang magiging delegate, replacement na delegate.
Wala na.
So
Once
kung
we have the
tanggalin
October,
ng 11, walang replacement yun.
there will be no replacement. Everybody voted on will be there up to June 30 until it is finished. If somehow he's incapacitated, then that's just it. There's a one loss or two losses. We cannot anymore because of lack of material time.
O halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, pinatay or nawala.
Wala na rin. We are not providing for any
Do not
replacement.
replace.
It's too short. Congress, may mamatay, may ma-appointed. 3 years 3 years in Congress. That is why there can be time to have an election, like what happened to Cavite, our honorable former colleague became Secretary of Justice. So there is material time to be able to elect. But in a 7-month constitutional convention, there is simply no time, and also the expense will add on to our budget.
Now, Mr. Speaker, to my next point, Mr. Speaker, for the record, tama ba na maaaring hindi lang economic amendments ang talakayin ng CONCON, kundi pati political amendments at sa maximum ay pag-overhaul talaga ng buong Constitution, pwedeng magkaroon ng political na amyenda kahit hindi ito nabusbos masyado na sa public hearings o committee hearings, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kasi bibigay mo yung power talaga no, sa CONCON delegates.
Well, in the realm of possibilities, it is possible because we have a body which will have constituent plenary powers. And therefore, they can be able to discuss and approve amendments to the political system. But once again, our own resolution says that there is a focus in our resolution that we approved the other night. It was clear that the amendments should be on economic provisions.
Pero Mr. Speaker, hindi laman no, ng resolution of both houses number 6 ang justifications for entertaining political amendments in the proposed CONCON. May dalawang whereas lang, pero para sa economic amendments.
Yes.
Tama, Mr. Speaker? Hindi ba very arbitrary na magiging paglulunsad ng CONCON kung hindi ito guided ng mga tatalakaying probisyon, whether economic or political?
Well, Mr. Speaker, precisely, our Constitution, Article 17, provides that Congress may be a constituent assembly or will provide for a constitutional convention. And so therefore, precisely, that is the power given to us. And our resolution is precisely meets those requirements of a call. But since there will be budgetary concerns, appropriations, then there has to be an accompanying bill as what had happened in the 1971 Constitutional Convention.
Now, Mr. Speaker, binabanggit na may constituent plenary power ang CONCON.
Yes.
Tama po ba? Nasa kamay nila kung ano man ang lalamanin ng bagong konstitusyon. Ngayon, wala nang bearing yung panukalang batas hinggil sa Chacha na tinalakay natin sa komite. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
They will have constituent powers, Mr. Speaker. However, clearly, our resolution has a statement of the two whereases, and in the body itself resolved that it will be amendments to the economic provisions of the Constitution.
So, Mr. Speaker, meron lang nakalagay, particularly for economic.
Yes.
Pero, pwedeng bumukas siya kasi nga constituent plenary power siya eh. So talagang mangyayari na pwede rin talagang pag-usapan ang political amendments like extending the term, etc.
The distinguished lady is correct.
Ngayon, kung pati po political na amyenda ang lalamanin ng CONCON deliberations, ibig sabihin, maaring mabago ang term limits ng mga kasalukuyang opisyal ng pamahalaan, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Second, Mr. Speaker, posible bang mabago rin ang form of government sa isasagawang CONCON?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Kung gayon, maaari rin bang magkaroon ng amendment or revision sa Bill of Rights, pati ang probisyon hinggil sa malayang pamamahayag, Mr. Speaker?
Bill of Rights, Mr. Speaker, since the Jones Law and then 35 Constitution, a Constitution has the Constitution of Rights. So I do not believe that the delegates themselves will diminish rights, but the delegates may increase additional rights to Filipinos.
Now, Mr. Speaker, maaari rin bang mabago ang mga probisyon hinggil sa deklarasyon halimbawa ng martial law at suspensyon ng writ of habeas corpus, Mr. Speaker?
That is possible, but once again, I believe that what we have now is a sufficient procedure which is equitable and which is believed to have been ratified by the previous by the people in a plebiscite in 1987, and so therefore I believe that there will be no changes on how the mechanics and the powers of martial rule.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, hindi natin alam kasi nasa kanila na, no?
That's correct.
Ang power, Mr. Speaker. Ang gusto nating puntuhin dito, Mr. Speaker, wala na sa kamay ng Kongreso kung ano ang pag-uusapan ng CONCON. Malaya ang CONCON na magtalakay ng mga amyenda o revision sa Constitution saan mang probisyon o bahagi nito. At kung malaya ang CONCON na magpanukala ng anumang pagbabago sa Konstitusyon, napakalaki ng panganib nito. Mr. Speaker, lalo pa ngayon, it would be impossible for the CONCON to produce a new constitution on its own conviction and volition, even if not in line with the interest of the sitting president. Diba, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, kung sino ang nasa kapangyarihan, siya ang gaganansya ng mga pagbabago sa konstitusyon. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
We believe, Mr. Speaker, on the choice of the people. The people will choose their delegates in each district whom they believe will be able to carry on with the ideals of democracy and the rule of law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dadako na po ako sa susunod kong section ng mga tanong. Kaugnay naman po ito sa pang-ekonomiyang amyenda. Kahit po hindi nyo sinagot yung previous kong tanong. Mr. Speaker, batay sa mga pahayag ng mga nagtutulak ng economic amendments sa Constitution, kailangan raw alisin ang foreign equity restriction sa iba't ibang sektor ng ekonomiya. At kabilang po dito, yung public utilities. Mag-e-example lang po ako. Halimbawa po, kasama ba sa pagtanggal ng foreign ownership limit sa public utility vehicles o PUVs?
Well, when we are able, Mr. Speaker, there will be a law. The amendments that are possible is, as we have discussed already, we put unless otherwise provided by law. That may be adopted by the delegates. And so we will see. Probably PUV, we will not allow that. There will be, because Congress will now decide. Unlike now that any public utility, 40% lang foreign investments. So, subject to Congress, we have to protect also our public utility vehicles and their owners. Yeah. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, the lifting of this particular provision on public utility does not automatically mean that all public utilities will be open to foreign investments. Congress, upon consultation with different sectors, may be able to come out saying that public utilities like water, electricity, telecommunications, all the others, will be open to 100% equity. But public utility vehicles like jeepneys, some bus companies, may be reserved to Filipinos. That is a possibility in the House of Representatives and the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. That is a possibility. Possibility
Yes, yes.
lang. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, wholesale phase-out at massacre sa kabuhayan, lalo sa hanay ng public transport, kung ganon ang mangyayari. Kung sasabihin natin, halimbawa, ang diwa ng pag-amyenda ay para isulong ang 100% foreign ownership. Talagang massacre yon sa kabuhayan ng mga PUV drivers natin. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, sa usapin ng lupain ng mga Pilipino, pwede bang buo-buo na pag-arian ng mga dayuhan ito kung itutuloy natin ang pagbabago sa konstitusyon?
Well, as far as land is concerned, I am also stating that this will go to our delegates and appointed members so that they may agree to some very limited acquisition. They may also not allow any foreign ownership of land. So I cannot answer that because when the Constitutional Convention is convened, they will discuss this and they will decide on whether to have foreign ownership of land.
So yun, Mr. Speaker, no? The CONCON delegates will decide kung
That's
ano
correct.
ang
That's
lalamunin nun, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a final manifestation, Mr. Speaker, we are firm in our belief that amending or revising the Constitution will not directly address the urgent economic concerns of Filipino women and people. Hindi nito matutugunan ang mga pangamba ng mga nakatransport strike na mga jeepney drivers at operators ngayon. Kung may kailangang baguhin ngayon, hindi ang konstitusyon, kundi ang mga batas at patakaran na taliwas sa nationalist aspirations at demokratikong diwa ng 1987 Constitution. Gagastosan ng mahigit 9.5 billion ang CONCON samantalang walang subsidyo ni isang sentimo sa transition ng mga traditional jeepneys patungo sa bagong PUVs na nagkakahalaga ng mahigit 2.4 million kada unit. To repeat, the 2023 General Appropriations Act does not have a single centavo for subsidizing the costs of new PUV units, much less assist jeepney drivers and operators in reconditioning their units, but has at least 20 million for the information campaign to push for charter change. Now, merong 9.5 billion which is proposed to be pooled for the holding of CONCON. 10,555 jeepney recon units na ang katumbas ng 9.5 billion para kung ano natin sa CONCON na ito, no? Vis-a-vis sa CONCON na ito. We fear that we are repeating a dark side of our history by pushing through with this CONCON accompanying bill. Muli, itinatala po ng representasyong ito mula sa Gabriela Women's Party ang mariing pagtutol sa accompanying bill na ito na magpapatupad ng CONCON sa ilalim ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. It would be too naive to believe that the CONCON will proceed on its own without the blessing of the President. Ginawa na noon ang pagkasangkapan sa CONCON para pahabain ni Marcos Sr. ang kanyang pagiging pampolitikal na pamamanginoon. Walang humahadlang kay Marcos Jr. ngayon na gawin ulit iyon. Iyan ang matinding pangamba ng kababaihan at mamayan, Mr. Speaker. Ang ultimate reversal ng isang maningning na produkto ng EDSA People Power Revolution. Wala pong iba kundi ang 1987 Constitution. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor.
Thank you so much, the distinguished lady from Gabriela, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we proceed to the next interpellator, the chair would like to declare 3 minutes suspension. Session is resumed.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, Honorable Representative Edsel Lagman, for his interpellation.
The gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Edsel Lagman, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor yield?
Very gladly to the resident legal luminary, not only of the House of Representatives, but the entire country.
Mr. Speaker, despite the approval of resolution of both houses number 6 by the House yesterday, the same is not yet effective pending its approval by the Senate. Is this correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
The Senate may approve or reject the resolution of both houses number 6. Is that also correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Or the Senate may opt for the convening of a constituent assembly. Is that also correct?
That's also correct, in which case there will be a stalemate because we are having a proposed constitutional convention and they will insist on a constituent assembly, then there will be a stalemate, but that can be discussed between the leaders of the two chambers of Congress.
How would you, Mr. Speaker, recommend to break the stalemate?
To convince the senators that ours is the best. Coming from 301 congressmen from districts and party lists, 301 of 311. So I hope the Senate will have an open mind to accept the Constitutional Convention mode, which is the clamor based on our respondents and reactors that we had, Mr. Speaker.
So the distinguished sponsor is relying on the ascendancy of numbers. Is that correct?
Well, it is not correct that the Senate is the upper house. They are the smaller house. The House of Representatives is the bigger house.
So
Because the history, Mr. Speaker, the reason why they were called upper house, because when they convened, Mr. Speaker, in New York, after the convention, the members of the Senate of the U.S. Congress took it upon themselves to go to the second floor, leaving the congressmen to the ground floor. That is the history. We can read that in the history of the U.S. Congress.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my question is, how is that stalemate supposed to be resolved or broken? Definitely, it's not invoking the superiority of numbers, or it is not invoking the lower house or the upper house, or whatever floor each chamber may occupy. So how will that be resolved?
Mr. Speaker, the way to resolve that is for the Senate to think of the country's welfare and therefore go to the Constitutional Convention mode. That is what we are going to convince them. We respect them. They are our co-equal as far as the functions are concerned, both houses of Congress. So there has to be, if there's an impasse, there has to be probably the committee will have to meet, our committee of the constitutional amendments will have to meet with the chairman of the committee of constitutional amendments and revision of laws and their members. Those are possible things to break stalemate. There is nothing wrong with talking, Mr. Speaker, and we will be able to talk with them and ask them that here we have 301 members who has requested you to please approve a constitutional convention mode. So that is very possible as a way to break the impasse, Mr. Speaker.
So the distinguished sponsor is recommending the legislative mode of having a bicameral conference committee?
Not really, Mr. Speaker, because there should be informal talks that nothing is wrong with having informal talks among the two committees, Mr. Chairman. And so we're not yet talking of bicameral, Mr. Chairman, because probably from these talks, probably the Senate will agree that they will adopt the con mode of amending or revising the Constitution.
It is because of the possibility of an impasse or a deadlock that the mode of exercising the constituent power of the Congress is through a joint session, because in a joint session, that could be resolved. But you have also to resolve how the voting will have to be conducted, and that would be a judicial question before the Supreme Court. I will not pursue that. I just would like to make it a record that in the event of a stalemate or impasse, it is difficult to resolve. Consequently, the House will have to wait for the Senate action on resolution of both houses number 6. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So it is settled that resolution of both houses number 6 is not yet effective.
Not yet. May I hear the last words?
It is clear that resolution of both houses number 6 is not yet effective pending the action of the Senate.
Yes, certainly. Because this is a matter of legislation. We are exercising our legislative power to call a constitutional convention under the Article 17 of the Constitution. It will not be effective unless acted upon by the Senate. That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you for those candid admission. Now, the title of House Bill number 7352 is, and I quote, an act implementing resolution of both houses number 6 of the Congress of the Philippines calling for a constitutional convention to propose amendments to a revision of the 1987 Constitution, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Would the distinguished sponsor confirm this title?
This is the title that we are discussing, and this will be the title of the accompanying bill to our House Resolution number 6.
What are we then implementing? If, according to the distinguished sponsor, resolution of both houses number 6 is not yet effective and implementable.
Because these are companion measures. We are going to send to the Senate, not piecemeal, we send first the resolution of both houses. No. Once we approve the accompanying bill, this will both be sent to the Senate, and they will act on this. So therefore, we are not premature because precisely we are just exercising our power as far as the House is concerned to call for a convention, and then the bill to provide for the details of the convention. Then we send it to them and let them discuss this. There is no prematurity in that because this will be our action of the House, and we are giving this to the Senate.
I beg to disagree. There is nothing yet to implement because the Senate has not acted on the resolution of both houses number 6. And it is premature for us to assume that this resolution of both houses number 6 will be approved by the Senate and will be implementable. We might be exercising infutility here, considering that the Senate may reject the resolution or even opt to have a different mode of amending the Constitution, and we will have the feared stalemate. Considering the premises, Mr. Speaker, and the admissions of the distinguished sponsor that the joint resolution of both House number 6 is not yet effective and not implementable, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 7352 for being premature and an exercise in futility.
I object to the motion of the honorable distinguished gentleman from Albay.
Session suspended.
Divide the house. Yeah, immediately.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status right now is there's a motion on the floor issued by Congressman Lagman to suspend deliberation of House Bill 7352. The author of 7352 objected to the motion. So the position of the majority is to call for a division of the House.
As stated by the Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Lagman.
we cannot divide the House at the moment. There are no warm bodies in the session hall. We're about 40 only in the session hall, and there is no way by which we could determine whether those who were present in this room are still present now, unless the Secretariat can determine individually that they are still present.
Session suspended.
So hindi warm, cold bodies. Ang dami. Kari ako ron. Tama?
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out Section 90 of the Rules of the House. Section 90 states, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 74 thereof, members shall, as far as practicable, register their attendance by joining the virtual conference, and this shall be verified and authenticated by the Secretary General. So given this, I request that the presiding officer rules on the position of Congressman Lagman.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Lagman.
before this is resolved, it is true that under the rules, members of the House can signify their attendance by Zoom or other electronic means. But after that, there is no way by which we can verify whether they are still in attendance in Zoom. So I would like to know from the Secretariat, how many members of the House are present?
The
via
Chair
Zoom?
will reply, and this is also in response to the request of the Majority Leader for the Chair to rule on the query of the Honorable Lagman. As of 4:43 in the afternoon, as per information from the Secretariat, there are 101 warm bodies present in the plenary and 69 present in the Zoom for a total of 170. The Chair declares that there is still a quorum.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I appeal the ruling of the Chair? I don't see any 100 warm bodies inside the session hall. Can we ask the tellers to count the number of warm bodies in the session hall?
Session is suspended.
Ang isa-isa, 1, 2, di ba?
Session is resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can we...
Majority Leader, yes.
May the,
May you
may
may
the
proceed.
Majority Leader
Meron tao.
request that you reiterate the ruling of the chair.
The chair has already ruled that indeed there was a quorum. So we may proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status right now is we need to act on the pending motion of Congressman Lagban to suspend deliberation or consideration of House Bill 7352, which was objected by the author, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. So that is the parliamentary status, Mr. Speaker.
With the motion for a suspension of the deliberations, a vote for, we are going to vote on this. A vote of yes will sustain. Yes, Your Honor, please proceed.
Given that, Mr. Presiding Officer, the majority moves for a division of the House.
There is a motion now for a division of the House on the motion of the Honorable Lagman to suspend the deliberation. A vote of yes will sustain the motion, and a vote of no or nay will defeat the motion. So again, before we call for a division of the House, a vote of aye will sustain the motion of the Honorable Lagman. A vote of nay will defeat the motion. In other words, we will proceed with the deliberation. Majority Leader.
With respect to that, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader solicits a nay vote.
Now we proceed with the division of the House. As many as are in favor of the motion of the Honorable Lagman, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. Nay! The nays of it, the motion is defeated. Majority Leader. Session is suspended for 2 minutes. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the vote, may we recognize once again the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez to sponsor the measure, and to continue his interpellation, may we also recognize the Honorable Edsa Lagman.
The Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, chairperson of the sponsoring committee, will defend, and the interpellator will proceed. The Honorable Edsa Lagman of Albay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
What is the point of order?
Point of order is
Gentleman.
point of order, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Lagman has said that we have no power at all to discuss this particular bill. We have no power, there is prematurity. How can he continue with this interpellation? Point of order.
I was
there should be
overruled.
no more from Congressman Lagman, no more interpellation. He does not believe in these proceedings. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, I was overruled by the majority and I respect the majority. So I will continue with my interpellation.
How can you continue? You don't believe in the power of this particular House in hearing this bill.
Is suspended.
He is afraid to be interpellated.
Birthday niya. Okay. Birthday. Yeah, go tayo. Golden friendship. No power.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the author of House Bill 7352.
The
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Rodriguez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in deference to the birthday of our senior majority floor leader, it is his birthday. And we cannot refuse the request of our majority leader that this proceeding continue. I withdraw. Very much, I withdraw, even if it bleeds my heart. Because there is a question here of power, of authority, and the interpellator doesn't believe that we have the power. So how can he interpellate? But then I withdraw. And I would like to therefore accept the interpellation of the legal luminary, Congressman Edsel Lagman.
The point of order of the gentleman or the sponsoring chairman is withdrawn, so the chair will not anymore rule on the matter. Majority Leader.
Majority Leader. The majority agrees with Congressman Rufus in the spirit of camaraderie and transparency. May we continue with the deliberation. The majority moves to recognize Congressman Edsel Lagman.
We now proceed with the interpellation with the legal luminary from Ablay to be responded by the legal luminary from Cagayan de Oro. Please proceed, Your Honor.
I truly accept the withdrawal of the distinguished sponsor to bar me from interpellating him. I know his heart bleeds, but it is not broken.
Ayos, ayos.
Is the distinguished sponsor aware of the 2017-2018 World Bank Global Investment Competitiveness Report entitled Foreign Investors' Perspective and Policy Implications, which included the inputs of 754 executives of multinational companies?
I am not aware, Mr. Speaker.
Could the distinguished sponsor ask his staff whether they can furnish the distinguished gentleman a copy of the World Bank Global Investment Competitiveness Report?
We have also our World Bank report on prescriptions for advancement of economies. And I have stated and shown on the screen the third prescription of the World Bank. And it says reduce restrictiveness in the laws of the country to make it freer for investments to come. So that is what we have. So you might have another report. I have another report. which is the OECD report on prescription, reduce restrictiveness of foreign investments.
In other words, the distinguished chairman and his staff do not have the copy of this World Bank Global Investment Competitiveness Report from 2017 to 2018. Then let me say a few words about this report. The report underscores that, quote, investors involved in export-oriented efficiency-seeking FDIs, or those investing in export-oriented businesses in the host country, make the investment so that they can maximize the return of their investment. In the Philippines, may we know how true is this report? By finding out where foreign investors invest their capital in the Philippines.
Well, what we have, Mr. Speaker, is that one, we have this World Bank report, quite recent, 2020, that lays the prescription on what should be done by countries. And it says here, reduce restrictions on foreign investors. That is, allow foreign competition in sectors and reduce equity limits, reduce. So he might be mentioning that, but the World Bank, as in the World Bank report of 2018, clearly that is what we have. And so that is where we based our statement that we have to lift foreign restrictions. Aside from that, the OECD report says that we are the most restrictive in ASEAN and number 3 in the world. And if you go now to the Heritage Think Tank report just 4 days ago, we are the least free of economies, number 18 in the world. The freest is number 1, Singapore, followed by Switzerland, and then Philippines is 83. So those are our figures. The gentleman also has his. So probably that is where we lie now. We are having our documents. He has his documents. So probably he can proceed with explaining his documents. I have already explained the documents on the committee in relation to OECD and the World Bank.
That long answer does not answer my question, Madam Speaker. But anyway, in this World Bank Global Report, it says that most foreign investors invest in industries or businesses which would give them the best return of investment. And this would be in the manufacturing industry, where they could export and get more income from their investments. As a matter of fact, in the Philippines, the biggest share of foreign investments is in the manufacturing industry. I don't know whether the distinguished sponsor would have the data to confirm this statement.
What I have, Mr. Speaker, is our constitutional provision that limits precisely on 5 specific areas. Number 1, exploration, development of natural resources, only 40%. This is constitutional. It's not a matter of data. This is a matter of how our Constitution restricts foreign investment. 40% only for the exploration, exploitation, and natural resources, Article 12. Then we have also the limitation of only 40% for franchises that will be given to public utilities. So those are the hard constitutional provisions. Then education, only 40%. Then advertising, only 30% for investment. Media, 0. So that is what we have, Mr. Speaker. We don't have to go to this data on manufacturing. We are talking here of amendments to the Constitution on these 5 particular provisions, plus land, 6 provisions. And that is why manufacturing, they can come, they can go out, but what is the fact is that no investors in exploration of natural resources because 40% only. Public utilities, also none. But we have, Mr. Speaker, we have, Madam Speaker, the Liberalization of Public Service Act. That law, which we passed, is now under question in the Supreme Court for being unconstitutional, for being in violation of the Constitution, because everybody knows that telecommunication, transportations are public utilities. So that is my answer. We don't have to deal with facts about manufacturing because we have a different matter to tackle, and that is exploration, development of natural resources, public utilities, education, advertising, media, and land.
Again, that long-winded answer, Madam Speaker, does not answer my question with respect to the volume of investment in manufacturing. Now, the biggest investment of foreign capital is in manufacturing. That is incontrovertible. And in manufacturing, there is no capital restriction. Now, let me go to another point. Can foreign investors engage in the production of agricultural products, where now we are presently deficient in this kind of basic commodities?
Mr. Speaker, precisely, there is a limitation on the possession of agricultural lands, and foreigners cannot also buy lands of our country under our Constitution.
Is the distinguished gentleman aware that there is a Republic Act which gives foreigners the right and opportunity to lease lands up to a maximum of 75 years, which is practically dominion already, because it approximates a lifetime.
It only approximates, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, it does not grant ownership. What foreigners would wish is to have ownership. We can have leases that has been there, but were we able to get investors for leaseholds? No, because leasehold do not give this bundle of rights of ownership. And that is why, for example, in our hearings, we see that there are those proposing for ownership of lands for factories limited to 5 hectares, and probably for agricultural production, we can give a higher yield. Certainly, lease rights are very much lower than ownership rights.
But the distinguished gentleman is aware that there is a Republic Act which grants foreigners the opportunity and the right to lease and invest in lands up to a total of 75 years.
We are aware of that, but since that law has been passed, may we know how much foreign investments have come to lease this land? Practically, Mr. Chairman, very nil. Because precisely those who would like to invest their land would like to really have rights of ownership. But that is something, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, that the Constitutional Convention will be able to approve and to discuss. We are not discussing any proposed amendments to the Constitution. We are not performing constituent powers. We are only now dealing with resolutions to call for a convention. So these particular matters are not apropos to this particular hearing?
It is very much pertinent, Madam Speaker. And may we know from the distinguished gentleman the listing of prospective foreign investors who clamor that they should have the right to own lands in the Philippines?
There will be an illusory listing because they are not yet allowed to own lands. How can we have a list of those clamoring to own land when our Constitution prohibits land ownership clearly? So there can be no listing. How can people list when there is not available? How can we have that list, Mr. Chairman? Not available. Not an inch of Philippine territory can be sold to a foreigner even for purposes of production. So wala. I have no list. We can have the list once we amend the Constitution with the approval of Congressman Lagman.
Again, that answer is very evasive. My question is, are there foreign investors clamoring for them to have the right to own land in the Philippines? And if there are, can we name a few of them?
What we have is the Joint Chamber of Commerce position paper, which says that along the amendments for the economic provisions, one is to have land. But for companies to be listed that say, I would like to be owners of your land, there can be none. Because precisely, we are not yet open to that, Mr. Speaker.
Precisely, we are not open. That is why there must be a clamor. But if the distinguished sponsor would not answer the question, then I would assume there is no such clamor and there is no investors who are clamoring for that. As a matter of fact, the last Congress approved resolution of both houses number 2, and it excluded any amendment which would give foreigners the right to own lands in the Philippines. Would the distinguished sponsor remember that?
Mr. Speaker, ownership of land was not part of the 18th Congress. In spite the clamor, he was asking for a list, a clamor of the Joint Chamber of Commerce to really lift these provisions, including land. We did not do so at the time because precisely we had also wanted, being an emotional issue, that land should not be included. But now, if we give it to the Constitutional Convention, and they would say that to encourage more investments because investors want to own the land that they're putting their factories on. Because the fact this land can be used for financing and for ownership, it gives a bundle of rights. So that is correct, that the 18th Congress did not have land. But since we're calling for a Constitutional Convention, it depends on the Constitutional Convention on how to deal on land. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
In other words, the distinguished gentleman is saying that the Constitutional Convention can amend the Constitution so that aliens can own 100% or can have 100% ownership of lands in the country.
Madam Speaker, Thailand allows the ownership of land by foreigners for purposes of factories. The same with Vietnam. There is no prohibition for them. I am saying that in the Constitutional Convention, they will consider, probably on the limited aspect, like for factories, probably 10 hectares. We are not saying that we're going to open it because it needs legislation. In these countries, there are legislation on allowing foreigners to own land, but limited precisely so that they can protect also their citizens. So, to debate on that, Mr. Chairman, this is not the right forum because we are only trying to have a bill to call for a constitutional convention. We are not going to discuss whether land will be open or not. That will be not our jurisdiction at all. We are only trying to have a convention for that, for them, for the elected and appointed delegates to decide on what to do with land.
This is very relevant, Madam Speaker, because no less than the distinguished sponsor said, they are recommending to the Constitutional Convention only to liberalize the restrictive economic provisions in the Constitution. And this question is germane because under the Constitution, all, foreigners cannot own lands in the Philippines. So what is wrong with that question? It is very germane, but if the distinguished gentleman does not want to answer directly the question, I will go to another subject. This House Bill number 7352 is an integral component of the power of the constitutional power of the Congress to call for a constitutional convention.
It is, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Now, if it is an integral component of the constitutional power, can the President veto the eventual House Bill number 7352?
Madam Speaker, constituent power is only involved in Section 1, first sentence. That is Constituent Assembly. When Congress calls for a constitutional convention, this is a legislative power. Because Constituent Assembly is only mentioned in Constituent Assembly. In other words, we are merely legislating here as far as the call for the Constitutional Convention because we are not proposing amendments to the Constitution. You will only be exercising constituent power when you propose amendments to the Constitution. We are not proposing amendments to the Constitution. We are only calling for a Constitutional Convention. It is not yet an exercise of constituent power. It is just a legislative power that we are handling, not constituent, because we are not proposing directly constitutional amendments.
Just like the economic provisions which the distinguished sponsor wants to be liberalized. His construction of Article 17 of the Constitution on amendments and revision of the Constitution is also restrictive. Because if he would read further the other sections of Article 17, the constituent power of Congress is exercised through three means. One, directly proposing amendments to the Constitution by having a Constituent Assembly, and that requires 3/4 vote. Two, calling for a Constitutional Convention like we are doing now, which requires a 2/3 vote. And referring the question whether to call or not a Constitutional Convention, which requires an absolute majority of the Congress, which means to say the House of Representatives and the Senate. So to my question whether this Bill 7352 is an integral component of the constituent power of Congress, the answer of the distinguished sponsor is loud and clear. He said, yes.
I did not get, Mr. Speaker, it was not clear about constituent power. Now that it is clear, I maintain that constituent powers will only be exercised when we become a constituent assembly. Calling for a constitutional convention, calling for the submission of the question to the electorate whether they want to have a constitutional convention are purely legislative acts. So let me clarify that. And that is why we are going to approve on this, not because we have constituted ourselves as a constituent assembly. No, it is a legislation, but with a higher vote needed, 2/3, not majority. Even to submit the question to the electorate for a constitutional convention is a majority vote. There is nothing constituent about that, Mr. Speaker.
Absolute
Nothing.
majority. Madam Speaker, may we know under what article of the Constitution, does the power of the Congress to call for a constitutional convention or to refer the question of whether to have a constitutional convention is provided?
That is Article 17 on amendment and revision of the Constitution.
That's precisely the point. It's Article 17, which is limited to the amendment or revision of the Constitution, which grants the Congress the constituent power, which could be exercised in 3 modes. The power to call a constitutional convention or to refer the question to the electorate whether or not to call for a constitutional convention is not lodged under Article 6 on the legislative department. It is lodged in no other provision but Article 17 on the amendment or revision of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, the title of Article 17, it just says amendments or revisions. When is that constituent power mentioned? It is only mentioned in Section 1, Number 1, the Congress by a vote of all its members. There is even no statement of constituent power. It just says that you can amend it upon a vote of 3/4 of all its members. But when Congress would propose amendments or revisions, that is the constituent power. We will turn ourselves into a constituent assembly. That is why, Mr. Speaker, after Section 2, after Section 1, you have number 2, a constitutional amendment, a constitutional convention. So that is what we are. That is the basis, Madam Speaker, of our resolution of both houses and this implementing act. The power of Congress, not as a constituent assembly, but as a legislature, albeit having a higher vote than a majority. So it will be 2/3 to call for a constitutional convention. So that's where we differ, Madam Speaker.
For the record, Madam Speaker, can we request the distinguished sponsor what provision under Article 17 is the Congress empowered to call for a constitutional convention or refer the question to the electorate?
Section 3, very clear.
It's
Madam
very clear.
Speaker.
Section 3.
Section 3, the Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of all its members, may call a constitutional convention. No statement about joint assembly. No question of, no statement about constituent assembly. Because this is a matter of legislation. And that is why it will just have a higher vote than ordinary legislation. Majority ordinary legislation, 2/3 is needed. But we are not yet exercising our constituent powers.
Well, we can have liberal or real or myopic constructions, but we cannot end this debate because we have opposite positions. Most probably at the proper time, this can be resolved by the Supreme Court as the highest as the highest court of the land. Let me go to another portion. The composition of the membership of the proposed Constitutional Convention is supposed to be hybrid. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
And how many would be elected and how many would be appointed?
A total elected delegates of 253, one for every legislative district. And then 20% of the entire convention, which we have computed at 63, will be appointed for a total of 316 delegates, both elected and appointed.
And with respect to the appointed delegates, the bill on the CONCON provides for how many appointed delegates?
It will be 20%, stated, and it will be 63 if you compute the present number of districts that we have. That is 63, Madam Speaker.
And I seem to recall that in the CONCON bill, there are only about 31 or 37 which are enumerated. Is that correct?
Yes, about 35 are enumerated, and meaning 30 will come from the sectors which are stated in Republic Act 8425, otherwise known as the Social Reform and Poverty Alleviation Act. That's correct. We have a listing, but that is not inclusive. That is not exclusive. We will have, based on Republic Act 8425, there will be more appointments to fill in the 63 appointed delegates.
The last paragraph of Section 2
Yes.
on composition reads, the delegates to the Constitutional Convention must be of recognized probity, independence, nationalism, and patriotism. In addition, delegates must be individuals of national standing with recognized knowledge and competence in the Constitution and a deep understanding of the state and the principles which underlie its existence, organization, and activities, as well as government and governance. This composite qualification refers to all the delegates to the Constitutional Convention. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Speaker.
Now, so these are both in reference to the elected and the appointed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to sectoral delegates from the peasantry and peace box, how would you expect them to qualify under this particular provision requiring them recognized knowledge and competence in the Constitution and a deep understanding of the state and the principles which underlies its existence?
Mr. Speaker, those who wish to be appointed should start memorizing the Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines.
No, but
what is their business coming if they don't know the Constitution?
But
So they start memorizing it.
But this refers both to the elected and to the appointed.
Yes, all of them should read the Constitution. My goodness, they want to become delegates and they don't know the Constitution. So that is just one of the many standards there here. Probity, we have also independence, nationalism, and patriotism. As far as the elected delegates, well, it will be the electorate that will decide what is the qualification. Because in an election, the electorate is supreme. But as to the question of knowing the Constitution, they have to start reading the Constitution and knowing the contents.
Yes, the electorate is supreme, but it is also supreme in its errors.
We cannot,
I'm not demeaning our
Vox
electorate,
populi.
but that
Vox
is
Dei.
a truism. Now, how can a fisherfolk delegate qualify under these standards?
Mr. Speaker, if you go to the section 3, there is now a requirement of a college degree holder. And at first, the committee thought that always have college degree holders. But then our friends from the Progressive Bloc said that how can fishermen, how can they be college holders? Congressman Richard Gomez, the proponent of this college degree, said, there are many farmers who are already college graduates. There are many fishermen who are college graduates. But we said, no, we give a chance, and let us therefore have college degrees only to the elected. And that is why, if you will see Section 3, so the point is, Mr. Chairman, is you are underestimating our farmers, underestimating our fisher folks, underestimating our labor sector. There are those who are really knowledgeable and can understand the Constitution if they start reading it.
I am not demeaning the sectoral delegates or prospective delegates, but I am just pointing to the fact that so many cannot qualify under these composite qualifications. So at the proper time, most probably the distinguished sponsor may have a committee amendment to the effect that these particular composite requirements should only be required of the appointed delegates. Because as a matter of fact, this portion of Section 2 would refer to the appointed delegates, not to the elected delegates.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in fact, Congresswoman Brosas already brought out, there is something here which we will agree to be amended. And that is, in addition, delegates must be individuals of national standing. That we are willing to accept an amendment to delete that. But a deep understanding of the state and the principles which underlie the existence of our government and knowledge of the Constitution, it will have to remain. All delegates must be knowledgeable about the Constitution, and they will have an understanding of the principles of our Constitution. So we'll be open to this national standing.
If you would insist on that, Your Honor, then so be it. If you're asking for a utopia, then so be it.
It cannot be utopia, Madam Speaker, because when somebody from the farmer sector, from the OFWs, from the women, from the fisher folks, they will understand the Constitution, and they have to, because their business will be to amend the Constitution. And so this will remain. This is not utopia, this is a requirement, so that when we have delegates, they are knowledgeable about the Constitution. They start with the convention now having knowledge of the Constitution.
Now let me ask, Madam Speaker, who vets if a candidate for delegate is of recognized probity, independence, nationalism, and patriotism?
For the elected delegates, the people, the electorate vets all the candidates on their probity, independence, nationalism, and patriotism. On the appointed delegates, it will be vetted, they will be vetted, all nominations will go to the Speaker of the House and also to the Senate President. And they will have a committee to go into determining whether they have these important values of probity, independence, nationalism, and patriotism. Those are the bodies that will vet the qualifications of the elected, the electorate, and the appointed by the committee of the Senate President and the Speaker.
And I suppose the distinguished sponsor will have the same answer to this question. Who bets whether the delegate is an individual of nationalist standing with recognized knowledge and competence in the Constitution?
We are removing already in the proper time. It will be difficult for sectors to be of national standing. We would agree that from the farmer sectors, they are known in their communities, but not. So we are removing this. We are removing in the proper time individuals of national standing, but they should have recognized knowledge and competence in the Constitution and a deep understanding of the state and the principles. It will be the Speaker and the Senate President with their particular committee to screen all the nominated possible appointees to the convention.
I suppose the same answer goes to this question. Who bets that a candidate, quote, has a deep understanding of the state and the principles which underlie its existence, organization, and activities, as well as government and governance?
Same answer, Madam Speaker.
Same answer. If the election of delegates will be held simultaneous with the election of the barangay and youth officials, don't you think the importance of the election of delegates, as well as the importance of the selection of village and youth officials, will be mutually diluted?
There will be no reduction or importance of both, because one is for a delegate to the convention, this is apple and this is oranges. And so therefore, they are going to choose who is the best delegate to represent their district. At the same time, they're going to choose who will be the best barangays in their own barangays, the best officials there. It will not have a deluded delegates or deluded officials to the barangays.
The purpose of this synchronization is to economize. Is that correct?
It is true. One of the factors is economize, lesser expenses. Secondly, they are both non-partisan exercises.
In other words, the purpose is not to really get quality delegates, but to economize on the expense. You mentioned about choosing between oranges and apples. In the free market, the apple may be the delegate, and the orange may be the village captain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the voter may just choose what he wants. And he may just choose the apple and not the orange, or vice versa. In other words, one apple is sacrificed to an orange, or an orange is sacrificed to an apple. Is that a contingent policy, a consequence of this synchronization?
Not at all, Madam Speaker. In other words, the electors in the barangays will have a chance to choose who will represent them as delegate. At the same time, they will be deciding who will be their barangay officials and SK officials. So there is no conflict. There is no conflict. They have different purposes. The delegates to go to the convention, and the SK and the barangay to govern the barangays of our country.
I would say, Madam Speaker, that we are sacrificing quality for economy. Let me go to another portion. Among the prohibited acts is that a candidate who is a member of a political party shall be deemed resigned from the party upon filing of his certificate of candidacy. Will this not violate the constitutional freedom of association?
It will not, Madam Speaker, because we want this to be above politics. And so, they may be a member of the party, but the party cannot endorse a candidate. That is the meaning of Section 1. No candidate shall represent or allow himself or herself to be represented as being a candidate of any political party or political party affiliation. That is the effect of this first paragraph of Section 5.
Madam Speaker, it is different to say that a candidate shall not represent himself or herself as a candidate of a political party, or a political party cannot represent a candidate as its candidate. But definitely, it is different if you ask the candidate to divest his membership in the political party, because that would infringe on his freedom or right to association. And this particular provision, if not removed from this bill, can be challenged before the Supreme Court.
Madam Speaker, in this point, I agree with our distinguished legal luminary. The first sentence does not allow officers and members of political parties from endorsing. Okay? The second part is that no candidate shall represent himself. But I agree that a candidate as a member of a political party shall be deemed resigned will be questioned on constitutional grounds, freedom of association. So in the proper time, we will have a discussion on the amendment of this. We prohibit political parties from endorsing. We prohibit candidates from representing that they are from a party, but they are not considered resigned from their party. At the time of the campaign and the election, they are practically members, but they cannot get support from the party, nor shall they represent that they are members, that they are candidates of the party.
Well, I hope that this can be adopted as a committee amendment
Yes,
at the proper time.
certainly. We cannot deem them resigned. Section 2 is different. You're resigned if you're a public official and you run. So thank you. That is one possible amendment that we can agree to.
And another possible amendment most probably is in vetting the qualifications of appointed delegates by the Speaker and the President of the Senate. There should be a panel of sectoral organizations who will nominate a number of delegates to be appointed from their sector, from which the Speaker and the President of the Senate can rely as their appointees.
Very good suggestion, Madam Speaker. So that will now depend on the implementing rules to be set by the Speaker and also the Senate President. So a panel may be organized, a committee of sectoral representatives. Yes, that is a very good suggestion, and that will go now to the implementing rules of this bill. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, if we could do it, then we must do it, rather than leave it to the implementing rules and regulations to be promulgated by the COMELEC. Now, is a clergy or a priest qualified to run for delegate?
No. In 1971, Father Pacifico Ortiz was elected delegate of Batangas. There will be no ecclesiastical prohibition of priests, pastors to run in the district. We cannot appoint them for religion because the separation of church and state. We cannot put here evangelists, ministers, and priests in the sectors. But in the district, there is now, in the Omnibus Election Code, there is no prohibition already for the ecclesiastics,
Okay.
priests, pastors. They can run, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. If a clergy or a priest can run for election for delegate, does he have to resign from the priesthood?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Because they are not political, they are not having an appointed or elected positions. So those only that will be considered resigned are those. So they continue to serve their ministry if they can. At the same time, Constitution, there is no resignation from their church or from their congregation, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the distinguished sponsor said that in the appointed delegates, a clergy or a priest cannot be appointed because of the separation of church and state. Did I hear that right?
That is correct. We cannot have a sector representing religious organizations because there is always the constitutional prohibition there's always the commandment of separation of church and state.
But can a priest or clergy be appointed as a sectoral delegate from the labor sector?
Well, if he represents the labor sector and he is nominated by the labor sector, that is very possible. A pastor, an imam, a priest, they can be.
Okay.
As long as they are representing the labor sector, not their church.
Yes, and there is no problem with this qualification to be appointed as delegate. But let me just impress that there is no need to appoint a priest or a clergy to represent a religious denomination, because that is not a sector we recognize in the Constitutional Convention bill. But I would like to impress also that the separation of church and state is not a very high wall. It only consists of two things. One, the state cannot establish its own religion. And two, the state cannot fund ecclesiastical or religious activities. The separation of church and state ends there.
That is correct. Well, we have in the Constitution separation of church and state. There is no separation between the state and God.
Now, this Concon bill is an excellent opportunity for the House or the Congress to implement the ban on political dynasties. If we are prohibiting political parties from running candidates, then can we consider disqualifying members of a political dynasty from running as delegates or being appointed as delegates to the Constitutional Convention?
That matter was discussed thoroughly in the committee hearing of the Constitutional Amendments Committee. Precisely, there was a motion to disqualify up to the fourth civil degree of consanguinity and affinity, meaning from the incumbent official to his niece or nephew. That is the fourth civil degree. But however, Madam Speaker, the motion was voted down because precisely will be preventing members of families who have already a member of the family working in government, elected already, and if he is qualified and the electorate will vote for him, then that is already the choice of the electorate. The freedom to be a voter and to be elected to a position. So that has been voted down, Madam Speaker.
In the same token, a political party can field qualified and competent candidates, but this is not allowed under the Concon bill. So, for the record, I would say and manifest that this is a golden opportunity for the House to implement the constitutional ban on political dynasties.
Well noted, Madam Speaker.
Now, under Section 13, the COMELEC acts as the agency to promulgate implementing rules and regulations of the Concon Act. Is that correct?
We have discussed this with committee members, and we will be having some amendment here, and in advance, following amendments may be adopted. The COMELEC will be in charge of the election for delegates. They will also be in charge for the plebiscite, but they have nothing to do with the implementing rules on how the convention will be conducted. The basic requirements of qualifications, for example, it now belongs to the Senate. The vetting of possible appointments will be to the Speaker. So the amendment that will come here, Madam Speaker, will be the COMELEC will be issuing resolutions or rules and regulations necessary to conduct the election for delegates and plebiscite if once the convention submits the committee the convention report. The Speaker and the Senate President will also issue the rules, other implementing rules of this bill. Madam Speaker.
First, so we will have to delete to carry out the purpose of this act.
That is correct. Only for the election purposes, election of delegates and the plebiscite that is lodged to the COMELEC.
Why is there no prescriptive period within which the COMELEC should issue the implementing rules and regulations with respect to the election of delegates and the plebiscite?
I agree with our distinguished interpellator. We will put here the time frame.
And
Especially, we are approaching already October 30. So we will, on the proper time, have an amendment for the time period that is always in other bills. Yes, I agree. Very good. Thank you for the reminder, distinguished colleague.
And what would be the proper time frame, distinguished sponsor?
This will be 15 days after this is approved by the House and the Senate.
Okay.
So that we have.
You also mentioned, the distinguished sponsor also mentioned that the Speaker and the House and the President of the Senate will also make implementing rules and regulations. Did I hear him right?
That's correct.
Where in the bill is that provided for?
That will be an amendment to Section 13.
Okay.
It will not be only COMELEC authority. It will be implementing rules and regulation, the title, and then the implementing rules of this bill being a legislative act will be the Senate President and the House, and then the COMELEC will be the one to issue rules and regulations for the election and the plebiscite.
Would it be wiser and more expedient if the House in this bill would provide for the rules and regulations with respect to the appointment of delegates?
It will be actually the Speaker. The Speaker, because if we talk about committees and others or a panel, it will have to be one appointing authority from the House and one from the Senate, and they will always confer. And the Senate and the Senate President and the Speaker may put up a panel or a committee to be able to lay down the requirements of appointments and qualifications in furtherance of what is stated in this bill.
Well, I was referring to the rules and regulations which would prescribe the parameters delimiting the appointing power of the Speaker and the Senate President without in any way intruding into their due discretion. But there should be certain rules and parameters which the House can make instead of delegating it to the principals themselves, who is the Speaker and the President of the Senate.
We believe that it is sufficient. We have already here Section 2, and clearly there is a listing of the different sectors to be appointed, and the additional sectoral members will come from Republic Act 8425. This is where there will be the panel to be able to recommend to the Speaker what are the additional members and what sectors. And then the yardstick are already probity, independence, nationalism, and patriotism, and the knowledge of the Constitution, understanding of the principles of our government and governance. So we believe that this is quite comprehensive and will already guide the Speaker. So the minute details will go to the rules that they will then promulgate.
The convention will convene on November 2023 at the session hall of the House of Representatives. Is that correct?
Here, but we have discussed with the committee, and there will be amendments to this.
What will be the amendment?
The amendments will be, they shall convene at the Philippine International Convention Center. We've already made inquiries and we're already reserving. We don't want them to be here because we don't want, charges that Congress will be intervening again with the congressmen because they're in close proximity with us. And so therefore, they will have an independent venue. So that will be the PICC, but that can be in the implementing rules on details. And then instead of November 20, it will become December 1, so that it will be exactly 7 months, December 1 to June 30. Ito kasi, if we have November 20, we have 7 months and 10 days. And we give more time, additional 10 days, for the preparations for the convening. So the amendment, the Honorable Lagman, will be that it will not be in the House of Representatives, but it will be at the PICC and 10 o'clock, December 1, 2023.
Then after the inaugural session, where will the delegates meet to conduct the proceedings?
The plenary session hall of the PICC. They will be at the PICC. We are going to already reserve this for next year, from December 1 to June 30, 2024.
So, when will the term of the delegates commence?
December 1.
December 1.
It will end June 30.
That would be consistent with the convening of the session because under the original version, they convene on November 20, but their terms starts on November 21.
No more.
So at the time of their convening, they are not yet delegates.
That's correct. So that's why we saw that, and that is why we have refined this. And December 1 is the opening and the start of their term, and it will start with the election of the convention president.
My time is expired, but let me just go to my last question.
I will therefore ask to extend the time of our distinguished colleague. We are learning so much from Congressman Lagban.
Most probably there will be no need for that. This will be my last question.
Okay.
When former Chief Justice Puno suggested a hybrid composition of the Constitutional Convention, he was answering the criticism that members of the Constitutional Convention may be just proxies of politicians and political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, he mentioned about delegates which may come from political families. That's correct.
Correct. And he was apprehensive that the delegates can be proxies.
That's correct. Plus the fact that he believed that there should be experts and there should be some representation by sectors. So that was his statement of the Chief Justice.
So it is not really to overwhelm a numerical superiority of delegates, which could be proxies of politicians, but to include experts in the Constitutional Convention.
That's correct, because the majority will be the 253 elected for a district, and 63 will be experts and sectoral representatives, correct?
In other words, the sectoral appointed representatives would be less, much less than the elected representatives, and the numerical superiority, when it becomes a numbers game, would be tilted in favor of the elected delegates, who can be proxies of politicians and political dynasties.
That is correct, that in terms of the elected and the appointed, there's a bigger majority of the elected. But the elected cannot be also be only on one issue that they are together. Among the delegates, there will be debates and discussions. So they will have their own individual. 253 will have their own advocacies. Madam Speaker.
Okay. Last final point. If the Constitutional Convention is enjoined to only liberalize or relax the restrictive economic provision in the Constitution, why are we giving them 7 months to do this? This can be done more expeditiously in less than 7 months, and it would be less expensive.
Well, the deadline, June 30, does not mean that you have to spend all that particular time. If they finish ahead of time, then we have a convention that finishes the economic provision. So it can be earlier. That is their term, but it can be lowered as far as they are the constituent power, and they can be, shorten their own lives.
It is suggested that it be shorter period, because a longer period would really entice them or enable them to amend political provisions in the Constitution, whether this is wittingly or unwittingly, or hidden or not in the agenda for calling for a constitutional convention. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, for giving me the opportunity to interchange views with the distinguished sponsor.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable our Congressman from Albay, Edsa Lagman, for very profound questions. And we have, in fact, gotten the wisdom of some possible amendments to our present bill. Thank you so much, Congressman Lagman, for the interpellation.
Thank you to the Honorable Edsel Lagman and to the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to consider individual amendments.
There's a motion to proceed to individual amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Maria Victoria Copilar of the 6th District of Quezon City for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Copilar is recognized for individual amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With your indulgence, I would like to propose the following individual amendments for House Bill 7352. Number 1, on page 1, section 1, line 1 and 2 thereof, delete the sentence, "A constitutional convention is hereby constituted to propose amendments to or revision of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines."
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, the author accepts the individual amendment coming from the Congresswoman Victoria Copilar. Accepted.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
For number 2, individual amendments, further on the second sentence, delete the word law and replace it with the word act after the word this.
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For number 3 individual amendments, on page 1, section 2, paragraph 1, line 4, add the words constitutional convention, semicolon before the word composition, and add a new starting sentence, "A constitutional convention, hereinafter referred to as a convention, is hereby constituted to propose amendments to the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines."
What does the sponsor say?
May I know why only to propose amendments to the 87 Constitution? How about the revision of the 1987 Constitution?
Madam Chair, can I have 30 minutes recess?
Session suspended.
Madam Chair.
Session resumed. The Honorable Copilar, please proceed.
Madam Chair, I will reiterate the third amendments. On page 1, section 2, paragraph 1, line 4, add the words constitutional convention, semicolon, before the word composition and add new starting sentence. A constitutional convention, hereinafter referred to as the convention, is hereby constituted to propose amendments to the revision of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept it will be revisions, amendments to or revisions of the 1987 Constitution. Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For the fourth individual amendments, now thereafter replace the words constitutional convention, subsequently mentioned in section 2 to convention.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On the fifth amendments, on page 3, section 4, line 3, insert the words and appointment in between election and off.
What does the sponsor say?
I agree, the election and appointment of delegates. Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For the 6 individual amendments on line 6, after the last sentence, another paragraph for appointive delegates. Their appointments must be made within 15 days prior to the commencement of the session.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Madam Speaker,
What does the
15
House
days
say?
prior to the commencement of the convention. I would propose it to be commencement of the convention.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For the 7 individual amendments on page 3, section 5, line 21, delete the word his and replace it with the word the.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept we cannot only be using his. So let us be gender sensitive here, and that is why it will be the. So no more his.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For the 8 amendments on line 22 of the same page, section add the word or employee after the word official.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept for clarity, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On number 9 amendment, on line 24 of the same page section, delete the word, Madam Chair, sorry. Lastly, on line 25, the same page and section, delete the word his and replace it with the words the delegates with apostrophes.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On page 4, section 7, line 11 and 12, delete the words session hall of the House of Representatives and replace it with the words Philippine International Convention Center or PICC.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For number 12 amendments on the same page and section, in line 12, delete the date November 2023 and replace it with the words December 1, 2023.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On page 4, section 8, line 18 thereof, delete the date November 21, 2023 after the word from and replace it with the date December 1, 2023.
What does the sponsor say?
Are we now on
13.
section, what line is this?
On page 4, section 8, line thereof.
Section 8.
Yeah.
Yes. May we know again what is on section 8? This is section 6, correct? Line 8. What is now the amendment?
November 21, 2023 after the word from and replace it with the date December 1, 2023.
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On the same page and section, in line 24 thereof, delete the word his and after the word from and insert the words the delegates with apostrophe.
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On page 5, section 11, line 10 thereof, delete the words Commission on Election and replace them with the word COMELEC in capital letters.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On the same page, section 13, line 16, thereof, delete the words COMELEC Authority as a section entitled and replace them with the words Implementing Rules and Regulations.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On the same page, same section, same line, replace Commission on Election with the word COMELEC.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam
What
Speaker.
does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On the same page, section 13, in line 17, delete period after act, then add words within 15 days from the effectivity of this act.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
On page 6, section 17, line 4 thereof, insert the words the official gazette after the word in and delete the word any and replace it with the word a.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes, accepted,
What does
Madam
the House
Speaker.
say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
And lastly, the title of the bill shall now read as follows. An act implementing resolution of both houses number 6 of the Congress of the Philippines calling for a constitutional convention to propose amendments to or revision of the 1987 Constitution, appropriating funds therefore.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Filimon M. Espadas from the Co-op NATCO party list to introduce his individual amendment.
The Honorable Espadas is recognized to introduce his individual amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to propose amendments on page 2, line 10. From the senior citizens, just insert words to from cooperatives.
What
Thank
does
you,
the
Madam
sponsor
Speaker.
say?
For syntax, Madam Speaker, I agree with that, but we place it after veterans. So that when you talk about senior citizens and persons with disabilities, they are one sector.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
For clarity, Madam Speaker, the two cooperatives, two from the cooperative sector, will be after two from the veterans, before two from the senior citizens and persons with disabilities. Is that okay?
No problem, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, that will be the amendment, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Noted, Madam Speaker, on the clarification. I believe there is no new motion.
I think we are still open to remove persons of national standing. And also, if somebody can move, and also the one about the national, they are deemed resigned from their parties.
Madam Speaker,
These are very important from the Honorable Lagban and the Honorable Brosas.
I move to remove such mentioned words, Madam Speaker.
Accepted that we remove the words, in addition, delegates must be individuals of national standing. It will say delegates must be individuals with recognized knowledge. Remove national standing, as proposed earlier by Congresswoman Brosas.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, for clarity, may we request the Honorable Espadas to restate the amendment?
Honorable Aspires, please restate the said amendment.
Madam Speaker, the amendments on page 2, line 16, we remove the word of. So line 16 will be read as independence, nationalism, and patriotism. In addition, delegates must be individual on line 17 with recognized knowledge and competence in the Constitution and the Madam
Accepted, Madam Speaker. Removal of national standing.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
One more, as the wisdom of our congressman from Albay to remove this phrase on section 16. Can somebody move for this? Removal, Congressman Lagman, a candidate who is a member of the political party shall be deemed resigned upon filing of certificate.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alfred C. De Los Santos from Ang Provinciano Party List for his individual amendments.
The Honorable De Los Santos is recognized for his individual amendment.
Mr. Speaker, on the proposed amendment of Honorable Copilar, number 6, as follows, may we replace the word must with shall.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
And on number 14, may we add on the last word, apostrophe S. So move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam Speaker, the apostrophe amendment.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
May we reiterate, Madam Speaker, on the same page and section in line 24 thereof, that is the specific amendment that I was pertaining to regarding the letter S. So I will read it again. On the same page of section, or same page and section in line 24 thereof, delete the word his after the word from and insert the word the delegates with apostrophe S.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted. The apostrophe is accepted.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on page 6, section 17, line 4 thereof, may we replace the word A with the phrase or A, with the word or A.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Madam
What does the
Speaker.
House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
That's all, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other individual amendment, I move that we close the period of amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Lagman.
there were certain amendments which the distinguished sponsor said they can be considered as committee amendments. I wonder whether they were already effected. For example, there will be a panel of sectoral organizations coming from the different sectoral, from the different sectors to recommend a list of candidates for election, for appointment as delegates, subject to the proper style. I am not making this amendment, but I think the distinguished sponsor said it could be a committee amendment.
I was stating earlier that this can be considered by the Speaker of the House and the Senate President in case they want to have that panel. So as it stands, the Speaker will definitely come out with some implementing rules, and that is a very good suggestion. So as is, we at this time cannot accept an amendment now, considering that the vetting of appointment to as delegates will be with the Speaker and the Senate President, and they can have a committee, they can have a panel, and so forth. But that is a good suggestion to be considered by the Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Lagman.
may we know whether the particular provision that a candidate who is a member of a political party shall be deemed resigned from the party upon filing of the certificate of candidacy has already been deleted?
Not yet. We wait for that amendment. If our distinguished Congressman Lagban will move for its deletion, I will accept it.
That's why during the interpellation, I suggest that it should be a committee amendment because I will not make any perfecting amendments because subsequently I will be voting against this bill.
Majority Leader.
Meron.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my motion, the motion I made earlier to close the period of amendments.
The motion earlier was withdrawn. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, as the period of amendments is once again open, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alfred de los Santos to introduce his individual amendments.
The Honorable De Los Santos is recognized for his amendments.
Madam Speaker, I move for the amendment on page 4, section 8, on line 18, to remove the word "and 13 days." So move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I move to remove the word 18 and 13 days or. So move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker,
Sabi nga kanina, sabi niya, committee, can open the period for committee amendments.
Honorable De Los Santos, please state your amendment again.
Somebody
Please repeat your said amendment.
deletion. Itong
Yeah, there's another.
member of the political
Madam
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we approve the previously stated amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wala.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alfred de los Santos to continue with the introduction of his individual
The,
amendments.
the Honorable De Los Santos recognized for his amendments.
Madam Speaker, on page 3, section 5, I move to remove line 16 and 17. So move, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Can we kindly read the particular sentence that will be removed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A candidate who is, I move to remove the line, a candidate who is a member of a political party shall be deemed resigned from the party upon filing of the certificate of candidacy. So move, Madam Speaker.
Accepted. That was clearly discussed by our legal luminary, Congressman of Albay, Edsa Lagman. And that will clearly solve the constitutional issue of freedom of assembly. Accepted, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendments,
The Honorable Lagman is recognized.
Previously, Madam Speaker, the distinguished sponsor said that at the proper time, the provision on the COMELEC with respect to the IRR will be amended so that there will be a time frame during which the IRR will be issued by the COMELEC. And he mentioned about 15 days.
Madam Chair, that has already been proposed and accepted. So the COMELEC, within 15 days from effectivity of the act, shall therefore issue the rules and regulations, implementing rules.
Thank you.
Already,
Distinguished
yeah.
sponsor, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader?
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill 7352.
There's a motion to approve on
As
second
amended.
reading House Bill 7352 as amended. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 7352 is approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Happy birthday and congratulations. Picture ta? Oy. Congratulations. Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Everyone's ready to party.
Not me.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no business left for the day, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, the 8th of March, 2 p.m.
Session is adjourned until March 8, 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!